Chapter 7:12. It took David 3 days to finally control his body. He could slow down his speed reasonably so that he wouldn't be unable to see any of his movements clearly. Of course, if he wanted to make this behavior instinctive, it would take a long time to practice. After David mastered his speed, the first thing he did was to cook the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Taking out the alchemy furnace, David took out the heartwarming lotus seed from the space ring and used a small knife to prepare the heartwarming lotus seed. He took out some clear water and thought about it. In order to make the heartwarming lotus seed soup taste better, he gently tapped it with his finger, and there was a trace of life energy in the clear water. This trace of life energy was very little, so little that it was only 1/3 of the life energy in the heartwarming lotus seed. He didn't want to let the clear water take over. David also knew that the reason why the heartwarming lotus seed soup had a taste beyond the Grandmaster level was because of the life energy at work. This kind of God-level energy that should only be mastered by the battle angel, even if it was only a trace, it was enough to move the hearts of ordinary people. It seemed that the battle angel crystal had increased David's speed, which made him more relaxed and comfortable while cooking. Coupled with his powerful spirit, his cooking level now truly exceeded that of an ordinary Grandmaster level. He could feel that in the heartwarming lotus seed soup, every trace of life energy was used, especially the trace of life energy he added to the clear water. Because it was directly transferred from the bones, its purity was higher than the quality of the life energy in the heartwarming lotus seed. Because of this, the final 50 servings of heartwarming lotus seed soup that David cooked tasted even better than the heartwarming lotus seed soup from before. The reason why David spent so much effort was to repay Gould for taking care of him. With his current ability, he could only repay Lord Gould in this way. He took out an empty interspatial ring and placed the 50 portions of heartwarming lotus seed soup he had cooked into it. David gave the space ring to Steward Claude. The next day, someone from the main family came to take the space ring. After completing this minor task, David continued his closed-door cultivation. Just like that, the days passed. His strength was growing at an unimaginable speed, and the liquid bloodline power in his mind space was growing larger and larger. In only a month, he had reached the strength of a middle-rank Earth Knight. David believed that as long as he was given a few more months, he could become a Sky Knight. However, he had no choice but to stop cultivating because he could clearly feel the thinness of the energy in the air. A normal knight would not consume the energy in the air because it was very troublesome to gather the energy in the air. It was much faster to use Krypton to cultivate. David's cultivation consumed all the energy accumulated in the air nearby. Especially after he became an Earth Knight, he needed even more energy. Every time he cultivated, Chinya Manor would be blown by strong winds. His 10 times a day cultivation frequency was also the reason why his energy consumption could not keep up with the natural world's replenishment rate. Of course, David did not need to cultivate for a long time because the energy in the air was slowly recovering. There was energy flowing in from farther places, and there was also energy reborn from the Earth. David could also change planets and continue his training, but he was also exhausted from the past month of training. The master-level leopard breathing technique required a great deal of concentration every time he trained, and he could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. After a month of continuous high-intensity training, even if his spirit was extremely strong, he still needed to rest. He opened the space pendant and scanned it with his spirit. Now all his items had been transferred to the huge space pendant. Even so, they only took up a small amount of space. When David saw the medium-sized portal he got from the Shadow God shrines, he couldn't help but think of the uniqueness of this medium-sized portal. Before, because of the Battle Angel Crystal, he focused all his energy on getting used to the speed and cultivating the leopard breath breathing technique. He didn't pay attention to anything else. Now when he saw this medium-sized portal, he thought of his previous doubts. David's spirit swept through several parts of the medium-sized portal, took them out, and placed them on the ground of the cultivation room. He looked at the height of the cultivation room. This cultivation room was built by the main family for cultivation. It reached a height of 5 meters, enough for the medium-sized portal to be erected. David didn't want to place the medium-sized portal anywhere else. He would reinstall it here and test it out before dismantling it. At this moment, he was actually very curious to know what was so special about this medium-sized portal. Assembling a medium-sized portal was an extremely easy task for a master alchemist, even if he didn't recognize the pattern on this medium-sized portal. According to the impression he had when he dismantled it, David reassembled the medium-sized portal and removed the pattern he had added to isolate the energy. The medium-sized portal was completely presented in front of him. David took out 10 top-level krypton crystals and installed them in the base of the medium-sized portal. This was the energy source of the medium-sized portal. Finally, he took out the control card of the medium-sized portal, connected his spirit to the control card, and opened the medium-sized portal. As a beam of light flashed, the numerous runes on the medium portal lit up one by one. The entire process took a total of 5 minutes. It was no wonder that the evil god's followers would send people to activate the medium portal in advance when they wanted to escape. After all the patterns were lit up, a water-blue ripple appeared in the middle of the medium-sized portal. However, the water-blue ripple was unstable at this time. David waited patiently for another 2 minutes before the water-blue ripple calmed down. He didn't rush to experiment with the medium-sized portal. His spirit continued to explore the control card. After the medium-sized portal was opened, many teleportation options appeared on the control card. These were the target portals that the medium-sized portal could teleport. David saw the public portal of Bama Star among them. Just by seeing the options of this portal, David knew that this medium-sized portal was connected to the current teleportation network. He just didn't understand how such a medium-sized portal in the hands of the Shadow God's believers could enter the teleportation network. In fact, the medium-sized portal was created earlier than the current teleportation network. At that time, the gods who ruled the world hadn't defeated the ancient gods. The great world of God was still using the ancient teleportation network until the beginning of the War of God. The current gods defeated the ancient gods and rebuilt the teleportation network. However, the gods were lazy. They chose to use the original ancient teleportation network as the foundation and built a new teleportation network on this foundation. The cost of doing this was much lower. In particular, they didn't need to replace all the original portals, and they didn't need to travel between planets. However, this also had some consequences. Some of the ancient portals could still be used. The ancient portals could be used anonymously in the teleportation network. Of course, the gods didn't care about this shortcoming. For them, the powerful ancient gods were defeated and the world was theirs. This little problem was not a problem at all. It was also for this reason that the medium-sized portal that David obtained from the Shadow God's shrines was a portal that could be used anonymously in the teleportation network. Although David didn't know the reason, he knew that this medium-sized portal must be very special. He memorized a group of symbols on this medium-sized portal. This group of symbols represented this medium-sized portal. If he could find a portal that he could control outside, he could enter this group of symbols to connect to this medium-sized portal. David continued to study the control card in his hand. Among the many teleportation targets, he saw a specially marked teleportation target. This teleportation target didn't have a name, but a group of symbols. Although the symbols were different from the ones on this medium-sized portal, the rules of the symbols were the same. David was a little tempted. There was a great possibility that this was an escape route that the believers of the evil gods had prepared for themselves. It was a safe place where they could avoid being tracked down. Looking at this teleportation target, he had the urge to go immediately. As for the issue of safety, David wasn't worried. There were only 2 level 4 believers in the shrines here. The other side couldn't have more than that number. Besides, even if there were more level 4 believers, he had 5 Sky Knights to form a battle formation. As long as there were no level 5 believers, he wouldn't be afraid of more level 4 believers at all. Of course, the most important thing was that David was confident in himself. After obtaining the ability of Body of Lightning, his ability to protect himself had reached the limit. Should I go or not? David mumbled to himself. David quickly made a choice. Just like his previous choices, he would always choose what he wanted to do instead of being restrained because of safety concerns. Before he passed through the portal, he summoned all 5 Sky Knights to his side. The 5 Sky Knights formed a knight battle formation to protect him. Although he would be protected by the space energy for 2 seconds after passing through the portal, he didn't want to be injured because of carelessness. Without any hesitation, David thought in his heart that he could get a huge amount of soul energy, the bodies of the believers of the evil gods, and the knowledge orbs that he might use. In the great world of God, the believers of the evil gods were the best choice for his spirit. The soul energy of every believer of the evil gods was stronger than the soul energy of a knight of the same level. Killing the believers of the evil gods wouldn't have any repercussions. Although David destroyed the Leaky family and the Berry family as if there were no repercussions, in fact, the Leaky family's extermination case was due to the intervention of the Noble Affairs Office. They found a scapegoat. The root cause of the Berry family's extermination was Ian of the Main family. Therefore, when the Main family dealt with this matter, they felt guilty towards David. It was also because David was an invited guest of the Main family that he was sent into a trap when he left. This was the reason for the Main family. Therefore, all the consequences of the Berry family were wiped out by the Main family. The Noble Affairs Office also greeted them, and the Berry family's matter was left unsettled. If David often did this, the nobles would definitely not tolerate his existence. No one wanted to have a person who would exterminate an entire family at the slightest provocation. David himself also knew that he had intimidated all the nobles by exterminating 2 families. This gave his loose family room to develop. He also knew that he had to control his behavior in the future. He also needed the identity of Baron Arthur. With this identity, in just a few months, his strength surpassed the years of training in the Interstellar Federation. "Prepare for battle," David shouted in a deep voice. The bodies of the 5 Sky Knight flashed at the same time. They were wearing a 3rd-grade knight armor, and a 4th-grade heavy sword appeared in their hands. David himself was wearing a 4th-grade knight armor. At the same time, he had a 4th-grade shield in his left hand and a 4th-grade heavy sword in his right hand. For him, protecting his own safety was the most important thing. "Forward!" David said again. The knight formation protected David in a defensive state as he entered the medium-sized portal. Then, a white light appeared in front of David's eyes, and a few seconds of spatial energy conversion. When David reappeared, his eyes were pitch black. Only the faint light from the portal behind him was of little use in this darkness. A ball of flame appeared in David's hand. This was his special ability, flame drawing technique. His spirit had improved, so the flame drawing technique, that could only draw out one flame, could now draw out a ball of flame. Of course, this level of flame drawing technique was also useless. Although the power of one flame and one ball of flame was increased by a few times, it was still not enough to ignite a piece of wood. However, the flame-drawing technique was enough to light up the place. The longer David lived in the great world of God, the more he broke away from the habits of the Interstellar Federation. If it was in the past, his first thought would be to use the lighting equipment of the Interstellar Federation in the dark. Whether it was the light on the exoskeleton armor or any other kind of light, that would be his choice. But now, David used flame-drawing technique immediately. It could be seen that his attitude towards things had changed. With the appearance of a ball of flame, everything lit up. This was a cave. The walls of the cave were full of ancient patterns. Behind David, there was an ancient medium-sized portal that was similar to the one he obtained. This cave could accommodate 100 people. In the corner of the cave there were a few boxes. David walked over and opened one of the boxes. As soon as the box was opened, he felt the fluctuation of spatial energy. The space inside the box was 10 times bigger than it looked. It was filled with food and water bags. He opened the rest of the boxes and found that they were all-dimensional boxes filled with food and water. This was a secret safe house of the Shadow God Church. There were no evil believers here. Chapter 7:13. David circled around the cave. There was only one way out of the cave. At this time, the passage was closed by a stone door covered with ancient patterns. He just let the shadow attendant pass through the stone door and discovered the uniqueness of the cave. Through the shadow attendant's perception, after passing through the stone door, it could no longer sense the existence of the cave. If the shadow attendant's perception couldn't find the cave, then at least a Sky Knight or even a level 5 Temple Knight wouldn't be able to find it. Thinking about it, this was the safe house of the Church of the God of Shadows. The Church of the God of Shadows was best at hiding, so the safe house was naturally very well hidden and difficult to find. David glanced at the items in the cave. He didn't care about the portal boxes, but it was a pity for the medium-sized portal in the center of the cave. He had experimented with the function of this ancient portal. It could be used to teleport anonymously. This was a rare advantage, and it could be used as a way to escape. If he wanted to take away the ancient portal in the cave, he needed to know which planet it was on and whether there were other portals on this planet. David wasn't too worried about this. The environment here was suitable for human survival, and the soil was rich in nutrients. Especially when the shadow attendant passed through a section of rock and saw the scenery outside, he knew that this planet must be inhabited. The location of the cave was at the bottom of an inconspicuous mountain among the many mountains. The mountains outside were covered with green plants, and there was even a small stream flowing between the mountains. David wouldn't believe that this place hadn't been discovered by humans. David recalled the shadow attendant and the 5 Sky Knight back into the shadow attendant's summoning ring. He didn't dismantle the ancient portal in the cave, nor did he open the stone door. Instead, he activated his underground sneak ability and went through the stone door and the rocks outside. He was very careful and didn't touch the setup outside the cave. In his opinion, the Church of the God of Shadows would definitely set up some traps outside the cave's stone door. Those who didn't know would be attacked by the traps, or even directly destroy the safe house. Breathing in the fresh air, David felt that the environment here was very good. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that the Church of the God of Shadows and the remaining forces would know about this safe house, he would have the idea of setting up his own safe house here. Just as David was about to ask the shadow attendant to summon the Sky Knight to scout the surroundings, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. After that, his breath became extremely weak, and he fully activated the Sniper Master's hidden breath technique. That wasn't all. He activated his lightning body talent ability as well as his underground movement ability. He summoned a bolt of lightning from within the lightning pattern. His body merged with the lightning, and the lightning drilled into the ground. It wasn't until they were 10 meters underground that David finally relaxed. He looked into the distant sky through the eyes of the shadow attendant, who was left outside. There was an unbelievable scene there. A total of 25 Sky Knights were flying in the night formation. Even though David had experienced many things in the great world of God and seen many strong people, this was the first time he saw 25 Sky Knight formation with his own eyes. Not to mention the combined combat power of 25 Sky Knights, just the presence of so many Sky Knights gathered together was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was the absolute combat power of the great world of God. Such a Sky Knight formation could even make a level 5 insectoid somewhat apprehensive on Warstar. The specialty of the Knight class was that the more Knight formations there were, the more their combat power would multiply. David couldn't imagine the power of the Knight formation formed by 25 Sky Knights, and he couldn't imagine what on this unknown planet would require such force to execute. It was for this reason that he chose to hide himself when he sensed the terrifying aura in the distance. No matter what the situation was, David shouldn't expose himself at this time. Of course, he didn't choose to leave. If he wanted to leave, the ancient medium-sized portal in the belly of the mountain could easily let him leave at any time. Perhaps it was because of the ancient medium-sized portal, or perhaps David had an adventurous spirit, but he wanted to see what was going on. He was very curious. He realized that maybe this time he would witness a great event with his own eyes. Sky Knight Gilbert didn't know what he was feeling at this time. He was originally a law enforcement Sky Knight on Bamastar. He used his friendship with Baron Arthur to enter the main family's banquet. He was successful. He joined the ideal top family. The Burger family was led by the great Golden Lion bloodline Lord Ferdinand. After entering the family, he discovered the benefits of joining a top family. The shortcomings of Gilbert Sky Knight's many years of cultivation were corrected by the experienced Sky Knight Burger family's full-time mentors who had taught Sky Knights for many years. In terms of cultivation resources, they were even more incomparable. The cultivation resources he received every day were the best resources from Warstar, and there was practically no limit to what he could get. As long as it was needed for Gilbert Sky Knight's cultivation, he could use it as much as he wanted. In terms of equipment, he received a full set of equipment made by a Grandmaster alchemist. Although the grade didn't change much from his original equipment, a 3rd grade knight's armor and a 4th grade heavy sword, the quality had increased by a lot. In particular, the addition of the Golden Lion emblem on the equipment made him feel extremely proud. The only thing that Gilbert Sky Knight felt regretful about was the cultivation technique. The Burger family could only provide him with advanced cultivation technique. Advanced cultivation techniques required the Sky Knight to complete a certain number of missions for the family to choose. Only the top families had the strongest cultivation techniques in the great world of God. This was especially true for top nobles like the Burger family, who had many kinds of bloodlines' top cultivation technique. Gilbert Sky Knight saw the top cultivation technique that belonged to his bloodline, but he could only look at it from afar and couldn't touch it. The temptation of a top cultivation technique was huge. After joining the Burger family, he constantly wanted to take on missions so that he could completely integrate into the Burger family as soon as possible and finally obtain that top cultivation technique. The opportunity had finally come. The great Lord Ferdinand announced a mission. The specific content of the mission was not mentioned, but the reward for the mission was any book in the library of the Burger family, and even the notes written by the knights who had practiced the book before. Sky Knight Gilbert's heart was moved. This was because the cultivation notes of a 5th-rank Temple Knight many years ago were included in the set of cultivation notes of the top-level cultivation method he wanted. Perhaps if he obtained the top cultivation technique and the cultivation notes of that 5th-grade knight, he would have the hope of becoming a 5th-grade knight. Gilbert Sky Knight had always thought of himself as a genius. He came from an ordinary noble family and became a Sky Knight today. He thought that if he was born in a big noble family or a top noble family, then his achievements would be even higher. He didn't want to lose this opportunity, so he signed up for this mission without even knowing the details of the mission. When the members of the Burger family gathered, Gilbert Sky Knight was shocked. What mission were the 5 Sky Knights going to complete? But his shock didn't last long. It turned into horror. He even thought that their mission was to ambush a 5th-grade knight. When the 5 Sky Knights of the Burger family came to Planet Loam through the portal, Gilbert Sky Knight saw the other 20 Sky Knight. The formation of 25 Sky Knights was something that even he had never seen before. But it was too late to regret. Gilbert Sky Knight didn't dare to take the risk of betraying the Burger family and refuse the mission. 25 Sky Knights flew into the sky together. 25 flying mounts formed an aerial formation. This shocking scene was just the feeling of an outsider. In the entire formation of Sky Knights, not a single Sky Knight spoke. They were all hurrying on in silence. The details of the mission had been arranged long ago. They only needed to follow the instructions of the mission and complete it. At the level of a Sky Knight, there was no need for words in battle. When they formed into a formation, they understood each other's positions. David followed the formation of 20 Sky Knights from afar. He was 10 meters underground. Coupled with the fact that he had activated the Body of Lightning talent ability, that trace of electric aura could not be detected at all. David had full confidence in this. When he was in the shrines of the God of Shadow, the electric aura he had fused with his Body of Lightning talent ability was only 10 meters away from the level 4 black-robed priest. Yet it was not detected. One could imagine how weak the electric aura was. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw the 25 Sky Knights clearly. He recognized Gilbert Sky Knight among them. He and Gilbert Sky Knight could only be considered acquaintances. It could be said that Gilbert Sky Knight owed him a favor. Seeing Gilbert Sky Knight here, David immediately guessed the origins of some of the Sky Knights here. David still remembered how Gilbert Sky Knight had excitedly said that he had joined the Burger family. It could be assumed that some of the Sky Knights in the sky came from the Burger family. After knowing this, David became even more careful. He was very clear that this should be an important mission for a first-rate family. Perhaps there would be an energy clone of a level 5 Temple Knight nearby. In his opinion, for such a big operation, it was impossible that there would be no energy clone of a level 5 Temple Knight participating. David's current underground speed was almost comparable to the speed of a Sky Knight formation in the air. Even so, he still managed to increase the distance between them. However, he wasn't too worried. In any case, the shadow attendant could keep an eye on such an obvious target from 200 meters in the air. It was impossible for the 25 Sky Knight formation to lose track of them. The 25 Sky Knight flew for about an hour before leaving the mountainous region and arriving at the shore of a huge inland lake. This inland lake was very large. There were traces of mist on the surface of the lake, making it look somewhat blurry to the naked eye. The 25 Sky Knight descended from the side of the lake. When they were about 10 meters above the ground, they simultaneously recalled their flying mount. Afterwards, they maintained their knight formation and stood by the lake. Without any communication or words, the 25 Sky Knight instantly took out their weapons. 25 level 4 heavy swords glowed with a faint purple radiance. Under the illumination of the white bloodline power of the Sky Knight, they appeared particularly eye-catching. David also arrived at this time. He stopped 10 meters below the ground, 2 kilometers away from the 25 Sky Knight. The shadow attendant observed the movements of the Sky Knight from the air. The 25 Sky Knight walked towards the lake in a knight formation. When they stepped on the surface of the water, they only created ripples on the surface of the lake. Their feet didn't sink into the water. David was actually clear on how the Sky Knight did this. For a Sky Knight who could rely on flying, this kind of method of walking on the water wasn't difficult at all. However, he didn't understand why the Sky Knight did this. Although the surface of the lake was affected by the mist and the surface area of the lake was very large, a Sky Knight only needed to ride a flying mount to explore the entire lake in a very short amount of time. There was no need for them to do this at all. Just as David was feeling puzzled, the 25 Sky Knights figures suddenly disappeared from the surface of the lake. The process of the 25 Sky Knights' disappearance was observed by the shadow attendant. Even with the shadow attendant's vision, there was no way for him to know how the 25 Sky Knight disappeared. This is a bit strange, David thought to himself. Because he was a bit far away, after seeing the Sky Knight disappear, He immediately moved towards the lakeside from underground. When he arrived at the lakeside, he was about 100 meters away from where the 25 Sky Knight disappeared. The shadow attendant could now keep a distance of 200 meters away from David, so this distance wasn't a problem. The shadow attendant flew to the location where the Sky Knight disappeared. It flew back and forth in the air a few times, but it didn't find anything. David thought that the problem was under the water, and the shadow attendant went into the water under his control. However, there was still no trace of them. The 25 Sky Knights seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He didn't really think that the 25 Sky Knight could disappear into thin air. Needless to say, there must be something that he didn't notice. Thinking back to the 25 Sky Knights' movements, he thought of the strange way they moved forward by stepping on the water. His heart suddenly jumped. Just as David was about to go to the surface of the water to test it out himself, he felt an extreme pressure on his mind. He quickly stopped moving upwards. 5 figures were approaching from afar. If it wasn't for David's recently accelerated brain and the special ability of the shadow attendant's eyes, he wouldn't have been able to discover the movements of these 5 figures. The instinctive pressure on the mind of powerful creatures was the self-protection method David used to protect himself after his mind exceeded 9 points. It also reminded David of the impending danger. Chapter 7:14. The 5 figures came to the lake and stood directly on the surface of the water. Their feet stepped on the surface of the water, but they didn't cause any ripples. It was as if their feet were one with the surface of the water. David only had one thought at this time. It turned out that a level 5 Temple Knight really couldn't discover the existence of the shadow attendant. David knew all 5 of these figures. They were the 5 lords who had appeared at Maine's banquet. Lord Gould of the Maine family with the White Dragon bloodline, Lord Ferdinand of the Burger family with the Golden Lion bloodline, Lord Mullen of the Goff family with the Black Tiger bloodline, Lord Emile of the Cooper family with the Giant Bear bloodline, and Lord Luke of the Kirk family with the Moon Wolf bloodline. Moreover, these 5 lords didn't appear as energy avatars. They all came here with their real bodies. David was so sure because the 5 lords were standing less than 10 meters away from the shadow attendant. David could clearly see every detail of the 5 lords through the eyes of the shadow attendant. The 5 lords were not in the state of energy avatars like before. Although the energy avatars were similar to the real body, traces of energy simulation could still be seen. "Gould, let's go in," Lord Ferdinand said to Lord Gould. This mission was led by Lord Gould, and the 5 lords were good friends. Naturally, Lord Gould was the temporary captain. In this case, the warlike Lord Ferdinand also needed to consult Lord Gould's opinion. "Prepare for battle. We can go in and let him have some scruples. Let the Sky Knight consume more of his power." Lord Gould nodded and said in a deep voice. The 5 lords began to equip themselves at the same time. Black armor appeared, light gold level 5 light longswords appeared. The equipment of the 5 lords was somewhat beyond David's expectations. David originally thought that the 5 suzerains, being 5th level temple knights, as well as top nobles with great authority, would very likely have light golden armor of the 5th rank. But the 5 suzerains only had a light longsword of the 5th rank, and David simply couldn't understand the black armor on their bodies. The black armor gave off an extremely ancient feeling. That was the aura left behind after experiencing the baptism of countless years. There were no markings on the black armor, so David couldn't identify the material used. However, he had a feeling that the black armor wasn't any worse than the material used to make a Class 5 light longsword. What caught David's attention the most was the word "he" that Lord Gould mentioned. In the great world of God, this word was only used to address the gods. When David thought about this, there was only one thought in his mind: God-slaying. Lord Gould and the other 4 lords came together to God-slaying. Even though David hadn't been in the great world of God for long, he knew one thing, and that was that the gods couldn't be looked directly at. Think about it, you couldn't even look directly at them, let alone God slaying. After the great world of God discovered an evil god, the first thing to do was to report it to the shrines. It didn't matter which shrines it was, the shrines would organize the operation afterward. Any private action was blasphemy against the gods. God slaying, without the leadership of the gods, was not allowed in the great world of God. This was the pride of the gods. The 5 lords in front of him wanted to break this pride. They were going to lead 25 Sky Knight to carry out the god-slaying operation. How many years has it been since I put on this armor to fight? Lord Emir stroked his black armor, and said in a low and powerful voice, "Today's battle will be recorded in history." Lord Luca said with a long laugh, "Battle formation." Lord Gould looked at his excited companions, and raised the level 5 light longsword in his hand. The 5 lords formed a knight charging formation with Lord Gould as the core. Perhaps for the 5 lords, their battle was only to charge. When facing a weak god, once they were on the defensive, it meant that they had lost their confidence. Lord Gould's body moved. He stepped on the surface of the water and moved forward. His body in black armor looked extremely strong, but there were no ripples on the surface of the water. Even the ripples caused by the wind automatically disappeared when they were 100 meters away from Lord Gould. The other 4 lords kept a distance from Lord Gould. They moved forward step by step. They did not speed up, but with each step, their momentum increased. David saw the 5 lords disappear in the same place through the eyes of the shadow attendant. He was now 100% sure that the way to enter the unknown area was through stepping on the water. Needless to say, the unknown area that the 5 lords and the 25 Sky Knight entered was the area where the existence called him was. Should I go in or not? David asked himself in his heart. Go in. In front of him was the world of the gods. Perhaps any enemy there could easily kill him. If he did not go in, this might be the closest he had ever been to the gods. It would be almost impossible for him to find such an opportunity in the future. Once again, David was faced with a choice. This time, he only considered it for a second before deciding. His eyes were firm. The most powerful existence in the great world of God was in front of him, and there were as many as 25 Sky Knight and 5 level 5 Temple Knight in front of him. He just wanted to go in and watch. If he did not even have the courage to do this, he might as well return to the Interstellar Federation, where he could safely train. He did not need to stay in a place like the great world of God, where there were strong people everywhere. Lightning appeared on the surface of the ground, and then the lightning flashed forward on the surface of the water. David's mind could even lift his own body and fly, let alone this slight lightning. While he was moving forward on the surface of the water, he recalled the shadow attendant with a thought. Just as the lightning that David merged into reached the place where the 5 lords disappeared from, he felt as if he had passed through an invisible door. Then, his eyes lit up. In front of him was another world. There was a black star in the sky of this world. The strange thing was that this black star could still emit light and illuminate the whole world. There were black trees everywhere on the ground. These trees had no leaves, as if they had been struck countless times by thunder and fire. Not only the trees, but even the ground was black. There were traces of black gas rising from the black ground. It was like water vapor, but David's perception told him that this was an extremely dangerous poisonous gas, even more terrible than a level 4 poison. Fortunately, David was now in the state of lightning body, and was immune to all damage. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned by now. Maybe he could rely on the life energy in his bones to support himself for a while, but he definitely could not last. When David came in, he did not see the 25 Sky Knight, nor did he see the 5 lords. However, the traces of battle on the ground showed the direction of the Sky Knight and the Temple Knight who came in before. He carefully used his mind to support the lightning and moved forward slightly. He did not know why he did this, but there seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him that he had to do this. David did not dare to summon the Sky Knight puppet. In this kind of place, the Sky Knight had to use all his strength to maintain the bloodline armor condensed from the power of the blood in order to survive. Once the bloodline armor was broken or the power of the blood was exhausted, then the poison here would instantly kill the Sky Knight. In this kind of environment, the Sky Knight could not guarantee his own safety. David did not know how to describe this world. The ground was highly poisonous, the trees were highly poisonous, the rocks were highly poisonous, almost everything here was highly poisonous. The black color here was the accumulated color of the poison. Perhaps a handful of soil here could poison all life within a radius of several kilometers to death. David did not advance quickly. He carefully moved forward. Just as he saw that the trees were getting fewer and fewer, and it seemed that he was about to walk out of this forest, he heard the sound of battle. He used an even slower speed to move in the direction of the sound. Soon, he saw the battle outside the forest. On one side of the battle was a Sky Knight battle formation formed by 25 Night battle formations. On the other side were creatures completely black. David did not know what to call these creatures. Apart from their black skin, their eyes, even the whites of their eyes, were black. There was no other color on their bodies. They had the body shape of a human and held spears in their hands. There were 100 black creatures, and each of them was at least rank 4. This could be seen from their combat strength. They also had a battle formation. It was a kind of circular battle formation with 3 layers of spears. They constantly stabbed outwards, making their battle formation look like a hedgehog full of thorns. The battle between the two sides was still in a probing state. They did not attack with all their strength. David used a black tree trunk as cover and observed the situation on the battlefield. There were only 25 Sky Knight on the battlefield. The 5 lords were nowhere to be seen. David's eyes constantly looked around. He did not know if he was too weak or if the 5 lords were too good at hiding. Anyway, he looked around and did not find the 5 lords. When Gilbert Sky Knight walked into this world and saw the surrounding scenery, he guessed where this place was. A strange world, a terrifying poison. Even with the protection of the Sky Knight battle formation formed by the 25 Night battle formations, they were still constantly consuming their blood power. Although the blood power consumed by the 25 Sky Knight battle formation was not much, the blood power consumed by the Night battle formations was not much. However, if this continued, they would lose the protection of the shield within 10 hours at most. And once they encountered a battle, the Sky Knight would have to set up another layer of blood power armor in this environment to ensure their safety in case the shield was broken. Gilbert Sky Knight almost wanted to turn around and leave this terrifying world. But he knew that if he dared to move, he would lose the protection of the Night battle formation. The Knight's way of dealing with deserters was very simple, and that was to kill them. Gilbert Sky Knight did not know how many Sky Knights here were deceived like him, but he did not dare to gamble. Even if he really escaped here alive, the Burger family would not let him live. Because he was involved in the deicide operation, he saw not only the Burger family, but also the Main family, the Goff family, the Cooper family, and the Kirk family's Sky Knights. He had the power of a Sky Knight, but he couldn't escape the pursuit of the 5 top noble families. Even Gilbert Sky Knight thought that perhaps there were strong people guarding the entrance of this world. Just as Gilbert Sky Knight was distracted thinking, a small black beast jumped out from behind a tree and bit at him. Gilbert Sky Knight instinctively swung his sword, and the level 4 heavy sword hit the small black beast's head. His movement also affected the Night battle formation, and his sword was strengthened by the Night battle formation. The small black beast's head was directly blown apart. Some of the small black beast's black blood hit the Night battle formation's shield, and a sizzling sound of burning was heard. After killing a small black beast, none of the 25 Sky Knights were happy. This unremarkable little beast had the strength of a level 3 beast, and the poison in its blood had exceeded level 4. Without the protection of the blood power to block the poison, their level 3 armor could not block the corrosion of the poison at all. The Sky Knight battle formation moved forward. Sky Knight Gilbert did not know who was in charge of this operation, but he knew that there must be many Sky Knights who knew about this mission. These Sky Knights led the Knight battle formation to move forward. Even if Gilbert Sky Knight did not want to, he could only move with the Knight battle formation. As they moved forward in the forest, small beasts appeared from time to time. These small beasts were not a big threat, and no matter how unexpected they could not break through the Sky Knight battle formation's defensive shield with their level 3 strength. At this time, Gilbert Sky Knight was extremely regretful of his greed. He dreamed of becoming a Knight of the Holy Temple. He dreamed of being a genius, and now he had to pay the price for his fantasy. This was an extremely dangerous mission, and he even felt that 25 Sky Knights were not enough. For this kind of mission, even if the number of Sky Knights increased by several times, it still wouldn't be enough. This was a mission that required them to kill a god. Without the participation of level 5 Holy Knights, he didn't believe that they could hurt a god with their level 4 heavy swords. They moved forward in silence. Finally, they walked out of the forest, and Gilbert Sky Knight saw the enemies they were about to face. Servants of God. Gilbert Sky Knight called out the names of these black creatures in his heart. These were creatures created by the gods to protect themselves. The strength of a servant of God was related to the strength of the god. The stronger the god, the more powerful the servants of God. When Gilbert Sky Knight saw the spear formation formed by 100 level 4 servants of God, he could not help but feel a little relieved. According to legends, servants of God should be at least level 5. Now that he saw level 4 servants of God, it meant that the god of this world was extremely weak, so weak that the servants of God could not maintain their strength. If I can really survive, maybe I can become a member of the God Slayer. Gilbert Sky Knight's heart beat violently. Chapter 7:15. Not only the Sky Knight Gilbert, but all the Sky Knights, regardless of whether they knew the details of this mission beforehand, were all excited by a single word. God-slaying. This was a taboo word in the great world of God, but they were still doing it. Every Sky Knight was a genius in their own circle. Without top-notch talent, it was impossible for them to surpass other knights and become one of the few level 4 Sky Knights in the great world of God. The worry in their hearts disappeared after seeing that the enemy's strength was on par with theirs. What followed was a longing for God-slaying. Kill! Finally, there was a Sky Knight who couldn't hold back and roared. As this Sky Knight roared, the rest of the Sky Knights charged forward with burning momentum. Although there were more than 100 level 4 divine servants on the other side, the 25 Sky Knights weren't worried about the simple battle formation. The biggest function of the Knight battle formation was to connect the bloodline power of all the knights in the battle formation, making the bloodline power more efficient and more powerful. 25 Sky Knights formed a Knight battle formation. Its battle strength was almost equivalent to the battle strength of over 100 rank 4 expert. The Sky Knights exerted force under their feet, and the battle formation changed into an arrow shape. This was the best battle formation to deal with circular defensive battle formations. The white bloodline power rose and enveloped all the Sky Knight. On the other side, the black power also filled the bodies of the 100 divine servants. The white accelerated and attacked the black. A huge heavy sword condensed from the bloodline power slashed down with the level 4 heavy sword held high by the Sky Knight at the front of the arrow formation. The huge white heavy sword of the bloodline power broke through the black divine servant's defense without any resistance. With just one strike, 4 black divine servants were cut in half, and 3 black divine servants were heavily injured. The 25 Sky Knights formed an arrow-shaped Knight battle formation and forcefully squeezed into the circular spear battle formation. Before the defensive barrier of the Knight battle formation was broken, the black spears of the divine servants were unable to harm the Sky Knights in the battle formation. Every Sky Knight understood that they had to attack with all their strength. In the collision just now, they had used up a lot of their bloodline power. The price of that shocking attack was not small. On both sides of the Knight formation, the Sky Knight wielded a LV-4 heavy sword and continuously slashed at the Black Divine Servants. The Black Divine Servants didn't dodge, but instead used their spears to stab at the Sky Knight as if they didn't fear death. Even if the spears in their hands were blocked by the bloodline power barrier, they would still pay the price for this attack with their lives. As the arrow-shaped battle formation pierced into the circular battle formation, Black Divine Servants continuously fell. The price that the Black Divine Servants paid was also repaid. Outside the Knight battle formation, the defensive barrier formed by all the Sky Knight's bloodline power was finally broken. When the black spears stabbed into the barrier, they would leave a black spot on the barrier. It was this bit of black that carried a terrifying poison that caused the bloodline power defensive barrier to continuously burn away. After losing the support of the bloodline power, the defensive barrier shattered. Fortunately, the Sky Knight was already prepared. They had all activated their bloodline power armor, so they weren't affected by the poison in the air. Ah! Two miserable screams came from the Sky Knight battle formation. The Sky Knight Gilbert didn't look, but through the Knight battle formation, he could clearly sense what had just happened. The moment the bloodline power barrier disappeared, the two Sky Knight just happened to step over the two Black Divine Servants' corpses. As they stepped forward, the corpses of the Black Divine Servants suddenly moved. Normally, the Sky Knight wouldn't make such a mistake when facing an enemy, nor would they misjudge the enemy's life or death. In fact, these two Black Divine Servants couldn't be any more dead. One of them had been cut diagonally from the shoulder, and the other side of the waist had been cut in half and fell to the ground. The other Black Divine Servant's head had been chopped off and fell to the side. All the Sky Knight could sense that the two Divine Servants' corpses were no longer alive, which was why they stepped over the corpses in order to maintain the formation. The two Sky Knight's legs were suddenly grabbed by the two Divine Servants' corpses, and an unimaginable poison immediately took effect. Before the two Sky Knight could react, the bloodline power armor's legs were corroded, and the poison directly came into contact with the Sky Knight's legs. The two Sky Knights' reactions were different. One of the veteran Sky Knight didn't hesitate at all. He swung down the level 4 heavy sword in his hand, and chopped off one of his legs and the corpse of the Divine Servant that had been revived. The other Sky Knight hesitated for a moment, and in that short moment of hesitation, the black color on his leg had spread to his waist. When he felt the poison invading his body, the Sky Knight's face turned pale. He swung down the level 4 heavy sword in his hand, and killed the revived Divine Servant once again. Then he lost his strength, and his whole body was paralyzed. In just 2 breaths of time, his life disappeared from his body. The other Sky Knight didn't care about him. Who knew what the consequences of fighting in such a place would be if they weren't careful? Ever since they entered this place and learned about this mission, they knew how high the probability of death was. The Sky Knight who had lost a leg activated the bloodline power in his body, and a white light extended from where his leg had been cut off, restoring his lost leg and allowing him to move freely for a short period of time. He knew very well what would happen if he left the Knight's formation at this time. Moreover, losing a leg was a very serious injury for an ordinary knight. It was equivalent to cutting off his future path as a knight. But for a knight from a top noble family, as long as he made enough contributions, it wasn't impossible for him to obtain the treasures needed to regrow a severed limb. The arrow-shaped knight's formation pierced through the Black Divine Servant's circular spear formation. With the previous incident, they also noticed the corpses on the ground. But when they turned around, they saw something that they couldn't accept. In the process of the knight's formation's attack, at least 20 Black Divine Servants had been killed, and 10 of them had been seriously injured. The reason why more were killed than seriously injured was because they were all Sky Knight. They had extremely precise control over the weapons in their hand. Unless the situation didn't allow it, as long as they used their swords, they would definitely die. But when the Sky Knight turned around and prepared to charge again, they saw that the wounds of the Black Divine Servants were quickly healing. The flesh and blood of the Black Divine Servants that had been cut up on the ground were gathering together. The headless body of a Black Divine Servant that had been decapitated grabbed the head on the ground and placed it on its neck. It seemed that the head wasn't aligned properly, and it twisted it left and right. The Black Divine Servant that had been cut up into several pieces wriggled on the ground before finally coming together. The Black Divine Servant picked up the black spear on the ground, as if it hadn't been injured at all. One by one, the Black Divine Servants stood up. Their eyes were still completely black, without any emotion or fear. They only held the black spear forward, indicating to the Sky Knight that the battle was still going on. 100 Black Divine Servants once again formed a circular spear formation. There were still 24 Sky Knights formation on the other side, and one of them was even injured. This time, the Sky Knight didn't have the same confidence as before. Immortality was an unimaginable ability, and it was also an extremely disgusting ability. The Sky Knight's formation was indeed stronger than the Black Divine Servant's circular spear formation. They only needed one charge to break through the other side. But so what? The result was the same whether they were killed once or 100 times. In the blink of an eye, the Black Divine Servants stood up as if nothing had happened. "Cut them to pieces!" a Sky Knight loudly shouted when he saw the low morale. The low morale was roused. Yes, you can revive after being chopped into pieces. But if you are chopped into pieces, can you still revive? The 24 Sky Knight once again launched a charge. The Black Divine Servants still fearlessly attacked with all their might, just to hit the defensive barrier that the Knight's formation had reformed. Even if the Sky Knight already knew the Black Divine Servant's goal, there was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do was to wave the level 4 heavy swords in their hands and do their best to kill the Black Divine Servants before adding a few more slashes to make their corpses even more damaged. The price of doing this was that the Sky Knight's battle had to pause for too long, making it impossible for the charge to be completed. Just as the bloodline barrier of the Knight's formation was broken again, 10 Black Divine Servants simultaneously pounced on a Sky Knight. The nearby Black Divine Servants also used their black spears to block the other Sky Knight's reinforcements. That Sky Knight instantly used the bloodline energy of the Knight's formation to strengthen his energy barrier. At the same time, he increased his attack power by a lot. He continuously waved his level 4 heavy sword. The white light on the heavy sword caused half of the 10 Black Divine Servants to be dismembered in the air. Many white lights also burst out from his body. That was the bloodline armor that had been hit. The Sky Knight heard a crisp sound. His face revealed a bitter expression. Soon after, a black poison stuck to his level 3 armor. After losing the protection of his bloodline armor, the Sky Knight was exposed to the poison. Even if he held his breath, he still felt his body go numb and his movements couldn't help but become sluggish. In this kind of battle, a small pause could lead to death. A black spear pierced through the Sky Knight's broken armor. The poison quickly spread through his body. The Sky Knight's formation once again pierced through the Black Divine Servant's circular spear formation. This time, the results weren't as good as last time. However, 15 Black Divine Servants were completely dismembered. The price was that the 24 Sky Knight had become 23. When the Sky Knights turned their heads, they looked at the pieces of Black Divine Servants' corpses on the ground. Something they couldn't accept happened. Even if their heads were cut into several pieces, even if their bodies were dismembered into dozens of pieces, these Black Divine Servants still gathered together and resurrected. They once again stood on the opposite side with their black spears in their hands. The battle intent in the Sky Knight's heart disappeared. They couldn't accept the result of this battle. David had been watching the battle. The shadow attendant in his body constantly wanted to fly out and absorb the soul energy. The shadow attendant's reaction was even greater than before. It was as if the soul energy there was more attractive to it. The shadow attendant's reaction also made David feel very strange. After the shadow attendant's remnant soul had completely dissipated, it had listened to David's orders almost 100%. It had never disobeyed any of David's orders. This time, its reaction was as if it had encountered a special need for food. It was very important to the shadow attendant. David looked left and right, but still didn't see the figures of the other 5 lords. At this time, he couldn't care less. After all, he was already inside. Since the shadow attendant wanted to absorb so much, then he would consider it his harvest. As for being discovered, David didn't believe that even the 5 level 5 temple knights couldn't discover the shadow attendant. On the battlefield, both sides were only level 4, so they could discover the shadow attendant. However, David had to control the lightning to get closer to the battlefield. It had to be at least 200 meters away. At this time, the battlefield was filled with the white light of the bloodline power and the strange black poisonous fog. Who would notice a weak lightning? Even the bloodline power on the battlefield was 100 times brighter than this lightning. David observed the environment in front of him. After leaving the cover of the tree, he used his fastest speed to rush towards the closest target he had chosen. It was a black rock. Using the black rock as a shield, David slowly approached the battlefield. At this time, the Sky Knight formation was in the middle of their 3rd charge. Even if the Sky Knights didn't want to, they couldn't leave the battlefield now. At the very least, they had to use up too much of their bloodline power before they had a reason to leave. All the knight in the Sky Knight formation understood this, so they chose to fight in a safer way. When David was 200 meters away from the battlefield, the Sky Knight formation once again charged and collided with the Black Divine Servant's circular spear formation. However, this time, the distance between the Knight formation's Sky Knight formation was extremely close. This made the 23 Sky Knights more like a single entity. This strengthened their defense, but also reduced their attack range. For the sake of defense, the Sky Knight even tried not to attack. Just as he arrived near the battlefield, David hid behind a black rock with his lightning and summoned the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant didn't seem to be in a hurry. There were still no Black Divine Servants on the battlefield, only the 2 Sky Knight who had fallen. David could see that what attracted the shadow attendant was the Black Divine Servant's soul. Perhaps it had something to do with the Black Divine Servant's ability to continuously revive. However, he didn't look down on the 2 Sky Knight souls. The souls of rank 4 powerhouses were enough to give his mind a big boost. If he wasn't afraid of alerting both sides on the battlefield, he even had the thought of collecting the 2 Sky Knights' corpses. David directly controlled the shadow attendant to fly into the battlefield. The shadow attendant flew to the 2 Sky Knights' corpses and absorbed their souls. Chapter 7:16. Neither side on the battlefield discovered the existence of the shadow attendant. Another battle had already begun. But this time, the Sky Knight's momentum had disappeared. What was left was a kind of perseverance. This time, the Sky Knight in front of the arrow-shaped knight formation didn't use any big moves when he collided with the Black Divine Servant's circular spear formation. Instead, he used the arrow-shaped formation's piercing ability. Naturally, this wasn't as effective as using the bloodline power to form a huge heavy sword. However, it could still pierce through the Black Divine Servant's circular spear formation. The level 4 heavy sword in the Sky Knight's hand carried the power of 23 Sky Knights as he charged forward. The impact sent a Black Divine Servant flying. The Black Divine Servant flew backwards and knocked down 2 of his companions. His body was in a strange position. The Sky Knight in front didn't have any intention of killing the Black Divine Servant. He knew that doing so would only slow him down. He didn't even chase after the 2 black divine servants that had been knocked away. This time, the Knight formation didn't consume too much bloodline power in the beginning, so it wasn't until halfway through the charge that the bloodline power defensive barrier was broken. Gilbert Sky Knight's luck was pretty good this time. He was in the middle of the Knight formation. All he needed to do was provide his bloodline power to the Knight formation and cooperate with the Knight formation's actions. But he wasn't happy about it. In his opinion, this was only delaying the arrival of death. Gilbert Sky Knight was very clear about one thing. From the beginning, these black divine servants didn't use their full strength. They only used their undying characteristics to engage in a war of attrition with the Sky Knight. He guessed that as long as the Sky Knight showed signs of wanting to leave the battlefield, these black divine servants would definitely use their true strength. Gilbert Sky Knight didn't think that the divine servants of the guardian god only had this kind of fighting strength. These divine servants might have fallen from level 5 to level 4. In the inheritance records of the nobles, there had never been any mention of level 4 divine servant. Another cry of pain came from a position not far from Gilbert Sky Knight. There, a Sky Knight's arm was pierced. This Sky Knight didn't hesitate to take out a dagger and cut off the arm. As the arm fell to the ground, he put away the dagger and took the level 4 heavy sword from the arm. In order to save this Sky Knight, the other Sky Knights didn't take the opportunity to kill more black divine servants. They only helped this Sky Knight block the rest of the attacks. When the Knight formation penetrated the circular spear formation of the black divine servants, there were only 3 black divine servants that fell to the ground. In the Knight formation, there was one more Sky Knight that was injured. Moreover, it was a common arm injury that affected his strength. This Sky Knight's fighting strength was at most 30% to 40%. When the Knight formation stopped to regroup, he was moved to the center. When the Knight formation turned around, something unexpected happened. The 3 black divine servants that fell to the ground didn't revive and stood up. They were still lying on the ground. It must be known that this time, the damage to the black divine servants wasn't as heavy as the previous time. Although the Sky Knight instinctively chose to use a fatal strike, no one thought that he could actually kill the black divine servant. No one saw the existence of the shadow attendant. Otherwise, they would know why the black divine servants couldn't revive. The moment the black divine servants were killed, the shadow attendant pounced on them and absorbed their souls. David didn't know how the black divine servant was resurrected, but he was sure that a black divine servant that had lost its soul couldn't be resurrected. The 23 Sky Knight looked at the 3 black divine servants' corpses on the ground. They didn't immediately charge again. Instead, they waited for an uncertain result. The black divine servants were also waiting for their companions to revive. While waiting, a strange silence appeared on the battlefield. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Only after a minute had passed did the Sky Knights' faces all reveal smiles. They didn't know why the black divine servants didn't revive. Some of the Sky Knight thought that it might have been their lord who did it. On one side, the Sky Knight was happy. On the other side, the black divine servants were shocked. Their expressionless eyes revealed a look of confusion, but they quickly recovered. The black divine servants didn't continue to wait. They quickly spread out and expanded the battlefield by a few hundred meters. David, who was originally hidden, was also included. However, none of the black divine servants noticed the trace of lightning on the ground. At this time, the Sky Knight only thought that this trace of lightning was one of the oddities of this world. David wasn't worried about accidentally injuring them. As long as his lightning body was activated, he would be completely immune. At most, he would be able to summon another bolt of lightning from his lightning pattern after an attack to replenish his energy. The black divine servants spread out. This was their way of dealing with the Sky Knight's battle formation. They scattered to reduce the chance of being attacked. Of course, they would also be defeated one by one. However, they also had their own way of fighting. After losing the ability to revive, the Black Divine Servants began to show their true strength. The battle formation formed by the Sky Knight charged in one direction. After all, there were Black Divine Servants in every direction. After knowing that the Black Divine Servants had lost the ability to revive, they only needed to continuously kill them to get rid of them. In the Sky Knight's eyes, the Black Divine Servants had made a wrong choice. Although splitting up would reduce the chance of being attacked, it would also reduce the attack power. One or two Black Divine Servants wouldn't be able to do any damage to the battle formation formed by 23 Sky Knight. Just as the Sky Knight's battle formation charged, all the Black Divine Servants did the same thing. They threw the spears in their hands at the Knight's battle formation. At this distance, the Sky Knight's battle formation couldn't dodge the spears at all. Most of the spears hit the Knight's battle formation. The energy shield formed by the bloodline power was instantly broken. Fortunately, the Sky Knight's reaction was timely. With the energy shield buffering them, they had time to react. The black spears were blocked, and they all disappeared as they fell to the ground. Then, the black spears that disappeared reappeared in the hands of the Black Divine Servant. The Black Divine Servants threw the spears again. Battle formation split up. The Sky Knight, who had been acting as the arrowhead, had no choice but to make this decision. If there were so many Sky Knights battle formation, such an obvious target would make the Black Divine Servants' black spears hit them effortlessly. Now that the Black Divine Servants had split up, the Sky Knight could also split up. With a few people in a battle formation, they could kill more Black Divine Servants and reduce the number of spears that would attack them. None of the Sky Knight hesitated. In an instant, the battle formation split up. 5 Sky Knights formed a group, and the 2 injured Sky Knights were grouped together in another group. This group had the most number of Sky Knights, 8 of them. Sky Knight Gilbert was one of the 8 Sky Knight. He swung his sword to block a spear. He felt the power from the spear in his palm. The spear's power was extremely great. If it hit his palm a few more times, his palm might be injured. However, this wasn't the time to be distracted. Although there were 2 injured in their group, they didn't stay idle. They rushed towards a Black Divine Servant. At this time, no one could stop. If they stopped, they would be attacked by the black spears. Although they would also be attacked if they ran, the chances of being attacked by several black spears at the same time were relatively small. As long as the Sky Knight wasn't attacked by multiple black spears at the same time, they could still block the spears with the level 4 heavy swords in their hands. The battle became chaotic, and the number of casualties increased. The Shadow Attendant also started to get busy. It continuously absorbed the souls of the fallen corpses. David looked at the black spears that were thrown by the Black Divine Servant. They miraculously returned to the hands of the Black Divine Servants, and he couldn't help but become interested. While the Shadow Attendant was absorbing the souls, he had the Shadow Attendant try to secretly pick up a black spear from the ground and put it into his space ring. While the Shadow Attendant was picking up the black spears, David nervously looked around to see if anyone was paying attention. However, it was obvious that he was overthinking things. Black spears constantly flew out and suddenly disappeared. Who would pay attention to a black spear that had fallen to the ground and disappeared? Even if it disappeared, they would think that it had been taken back by someone. This made David bolder. He sent a trace of his consciousness into the Shadow Attendant's body and controlled the Shadow Attendant to pick up 2 more black spears. When the Shadow Attendant sensed the appearance of a new soul and flew over, David saw a Sky Knight with a black spear in his chest through the Shadow Attendant's eyes. The Shadow Attendant absorbed the Sky Knight's soul. David was interested in the black spear, but the black spear was connected to the Sky Knight. David made up his mind. No one saw it anyway, so what if they did? It would be a pity if he gave up such a good opportunity. Therefore, he ordered the Shadow Attendant to put the Sky Knight's body and the black spear into the space ring. This was like opening Pandora's box. After successfully putting the Sky Knight's body into the space ring, He no longer had any worries. David also ordered the shadow attendant to put away the Sky Knight's body that had died in battle. Soon, the shadow attendant's space ring had 3 Sky Knight corpses. It wasn't that no Sky Knight had discovered the disappearance of their companions' corpses, but this was the residence of God. No matter how strange it wasn't strange. Therefore, the Sky Knight just kept on fighting and didn't care about the disappearance of the corpses. They couldn't care less even if they wanted to. After losing a Sky Knight, the team only had 4 Sky Knights left. That team also became the main target of the Black Divine Servant. These Black Divine Servants didn't just stand still. Their speed wasn't slow, and they started to fight with the Sky Knight. The power of the Sky Knight's battle formation was greatly reduced. In addition to the concentrated attacks of the Black Divine Servants, the 4 Sky Knights quickly fell. Of course, even more Black Divine Servants fell during this process. At this point in the battle, when the Sky Knight discovered that the Black Divine Servants had powerful long-range attacks, they gave up on the idea of leaving the battle at any time. In addition, the Black Divine Servants weren't unkillable. This made the Sky Knight want to fight to the death, and they no longer held back on using their bloodline power. Many of the Black Divine Servants didn't expect the sudden appearance of a sword with bloodline power that was dozens of meters long. In one explosion, more than 10 Black Divine Servants fell. The Sky Knight's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The Black Divine Servants didn't want to fall behind. When the Sky Knight's bloodline power was depleted, they killed another 2 Sky Knights. David didn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. Since when did the life of a level 4 expert become so worthless? In the great world of God, any Sky Knight could be used as a trump card for an ordinary noble family. With a Sky Knight, the other nobles would have scruples. However, in front of David's eyes, level 4 Sky Knight fell one after another, and even more level 4 Black Divine Servants fell. David didn't understand why the 5 lords hadn't appeared yet. Were they really going to wait until all the Sky Knight died before they appeared? He didn't understand, and he was also helpless. Although he wasn't affected by the battle at all, he was actually very safe. However, as long as he dared to expose himself, even if he had 5 Sky Knight puppets, he wouldn't be able to affect the battle much. David was now completely open. As soon as a Sky Knight fell, as long as the soul was absorbed by the Shadow Attendant, he would let the Shadow Attendant put away the Sky Knight's body. Of course, when the Sky Knight's body was put away, all the items on the Sky Knight's body were put away at the same time. The portal ring that the Shadow Attendant was wearing was originally David's own. It was a portal ring used by the head of the Barry family. Its rank was very high, enough to store a Sky Knight's body. As for the Sky Knight's portal ring and summoning ring, the Shadow Attendant was holding them in its arms. After a while, it flew over to David and let David put it into his portal pendant. Although it was in a state of lightning, David only needed to use his will to open the portal pendant. There was no need for the portal pendant to be exposed. The battle was still going on, and the number of people on both sides was decreasing. The Gilbert Sky Knight that David recognized had his left arm injured. It was cut off by Gilbert Sky Knight himself. In this kind of environment, as long as there was an injury, it would be highly toxic. The only way to deal with it was to cut it off. The Sky Knight Gilbert only had an injury on his arm, so he could still live after it was cut off. However, if the injury was on his torso, then he could only wait for death. A level 4 Sky Knight couldn't handle poison that was higher than level 4. As long as he was poisoned, it would only take a short time for him to die. David could only look at the Sky Knight Gilbert and hope that he could live. Chapter 7:17. Compared to the previous battle, the intensity of the battle was completely different after the Sky Knight and the Black Divine Servant discovered that the Black Divine Servant couldn't be revived. In just a few minutes, the Sky Knight and the Black Divine Servant fell one after another. There was a reason why the night swept through the great world of God. Even if there was a huge difference in numbers and even if they were of the same level, for every Sky Knight that fell, 5 or more of the Black Divine Servant would fall. David was also very busy. He didn't dare to expose himself and was busy collecting the spoils of war. The corpses and equipment of the Sky Knight and the Black Divine Servant's spear would be collected by the Shadow Attendant as long as they were on the ground. David was also very excited. The harvest this time was too great. With so many level 4 souls, he probably wouldn't be able to obtain such a large amount of soul energy even if he started a war in the great world of God. Due to the special environment of the forest, the sound of the battle didn't travel very far. About 5 kilometers away from the battlefield, the 5 lords were standing in front of a black throne. On the black throne sat a 3-meter-tall giant. This giant's entire body was covered in golden armor. Every muscle on his body was extremely obvious, making the giant look even stronger. The giant's eyes were tightly shut, as if he was sleeping. The 5 lords didn't relax just because the giant's eyes were tightly shut. They maintained the knight's charge formation, ready to launch their strongest attack at any time. However, while the 5 lords were waiting, the giant was also waiting. They were waiting for different reasons. The 5 lords were waiting for the 25 Sky Knight to continuously consume the energy of this world. They were very clear that the divine servants guarding this world couldn't be killed in this world. Although the divine servants couldn't be killed, every time a divine servant was revived, it would consume the energy of this world. The energy of this world was originally extremely abundant, but after countless years of hibernation, the most remaining energy was highly toxic. When the 5 lords came in, they found that the energy in this world was extremely scarce, just as they had estimated. Needless to say, the battle between the 25 Sky Knights and the Divine Servants would result in the Divine Servants defeating the Sky Knight. The 5 lords hoped that before all the Sky Knights were sacrificed, they could exhaust the world's energy as much as possible so that they could contribute to the battle between the 5 lords and the giants. Unfortunately, the 5 suzerains did not know that David's moment of kindness and greed had caused the situation on the battlefield to go beyond their expectations. Under the influence of this world's environment, even if it was only 5,000 meters away, the 5 powerful lords could not perceive the situation on the battlefield. They didn't know that the battle between the Sky Knight and the Divine Servants was in a state of anxiety. Although the Sky Knight had killed many of the Black Divine Servants, the amount of world energy consumed was not much. The giant was also waiting for the situation on the battlefield. He was different from the 5 lords. He knew his world like the back of his hand. He could clearly perceive that a servant of a powerful god had entered his world. Of course, if the servant of the powerful god had not taken the initiative to open the space to pick up the items on the ground, he would not have been able to discover this servant. The giant did not know why the servant of the powerful god had come here, but he knew very well that the powerful god was not someone he could deal with. Just from the aura of the Shadow Attendant, he could judge the strength of the god who had created the Shadow Attendant. At least before the giant went into hibernation, he would not have been able to create an attendant with such an ability. The power of the Shadow Attendant was not shown in its fighting ability, because it was the servant of the god, not the guard of the god. Its task was to serve the god. The power of the Shadow Attendant was shown in its ability to hide. Even the giant could not discover the Shadow Attendant before it opened the space item on its own initiative. This showed how terrifying the ability of the Shadow Attendant was. From this point alone, the giant did not dare to underestimate the god behind the Shadow Attendant. The giant also discovered David. He judged that David was an oracle, and he did not belong to the same god as the Shadow Attendant. This was because the aura that David inadvertently revealed had a very special aura of life. The level of this aura of life was so high that the giant felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The existence that could give this kind of life energy was estimated to be able to beat him with one hand. In the face of the 5 level 5 temple knights, he did not want to provoke 2 powerful gods at the same time. Of course, the main reason for this was that David did not have a trace of evil intention towards him. In his world, the idea of the God Slayer was as eye-catching as a lamp. The Sky Knight in front of him, the 5 temple knights in front of him, all had the idea of killing the God Slayer in their hearts. This was reflected in the giant's perception, and that kind of evil intention rose from them. The battle outside the forest was finally coming to an end. There were only 4 Sky Knights who could still stand. They were all lucky, as they had more or less lost an arm or a leg, but they were still alive. The Sky Knight Gilbert was one of the lucky ones. He was still missing his left arm, and in the following battle, he did not have any new wounds. The Sky Knight Gilbert looked at the 3 Sky Knights next to him and said with a sad smile, "We are still alive." Of the 3 Sky Knights beside him, some were missing 2 legs, some were missing an arm and a leg, and the most serious one was only left with 1 arm. They were all relying on the power of blood to maintain their standing posture. The rules of this world were very special, and Sky Knights like them could not fly here. In other words, this world was very unfriendly to the power of blood, and there was a clear suppression effect on the power of blood. The power of blood came from the body of a knight. It was not obvious during the battle, but once the power of blood was used to affect the gravity, it would be easy to understand. Another Sky Knight waved his only arm and repeated, "Yes, we are still alive." He did not know if his family would use precious medicine to regrow severed limbs for him when he returned. With the body of a Sky Knight, regrowing a severed limb would require rare and precious medicine. He had lost an arm and 2 legs, and this kind of injury would require 3 times the amount of rare and precious medicine. The Sky Knight next to him did not want to stay at all, so he said hurriedly, "Leave here, the mission is complete." This place was too strange. The corpses of their companions had all disappeared, and only the corpses of 100 black divine servants were left on the battlefield. Even the black spears of the black divine servants had disappeared. After experiencing a cruel battle of life and death, their blood had calmed down, and the 4 Sky Knight were a little afraid of this place. Just as the 4 Sky Knight were about to leave, a rustling sound came from the forest. Sky Knight Gilbert turned his head and saw a black tree shaking its trunk and pulling its roots out from the ground. Beside it, more trees were doing the same thing. Without any words, the 4 Sky Knight who were still alive instantly formed the night battle formation. They surged the little remaining power of blood and prepared for the next battle. Regret flashed in Sky Knight Gilbert's eyes. There was regret and guilt in his heart. The regret was because of his own choice. He could have lived a comfortable life in the Bama Star Law Enforcement Team, but for a greater goal, he gave up everything. The guilt in his heart was towards Baron Arthur. He used Baron Arthur's favor, but he was unable to repay it. On one side, there were dozens of treants transformed from trees, and on the other side, there were 4 injured Sky Knight. However, the ones who charged were still the Sky Knight's side. Knights ran rampant in the great world of God, and they had a belief. On the battlefield, they could defend, they could dodge, and they would never retreat. Sky Knight Gilbert's injuries were the lightest. He was at the forefront of the night battle formation, and there was no other emotion in his eyes, only the desire to fight. At this moment, the 4 Sky Knight, including Sky Knight Gilbert, no longer held back. They squeezed out the power of blood in their hearts, and their bodies were covered by the rising power of blood. Sky Knight Gilbert knew very well that this was the last charge in his life. Ever since he became a knight, he had learned to charge with the other knight. All enemies would tremble under their charge. Now, in this last charge, he felt that the realm he wanted to pursue seemed to have opened a gap for him. This was a perfect charge. The treant at the forefront was 5 meters tall. Under the heavy slash of Gilbert Sky Knight's level 4 heavy sword, it was cut in half. This was also a decisive charge. The charge smashed countless poisonous branches that greeted them, and finally, an endless stream of branches penetrated them. The 4 Sky Knight maintained their charging posture, and did not fall even after they died. David wanted to help Sky Knight Gilbert, but he always felt a pair of eyes watching him. David knew that the gods here had discovered him, but he did not understand why the gods here did not attack him. He did not think that his body of lightning talent could really be immune to attacks from the gods, so he decided to leave here. Lightning flew towards the entrance of the world. Before leaving, David forgot to order the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant followed David's previous orders and collected the bodies of the 4 Sky Knight, including their space items and equipment. If it were not for the shadow attendant's unscrupulous behavior, the giant might have thought that David and the shadow attendant were running away because of fear. Maybe he would have really tried to attack. But the shadow attendant's behavior showed the confidence of the shadow attendant. It was a show of no doubt that you dare to touch me. It was the shadow attendant's attitude that made the giant not test it. Instead, he watched David and the shadow attendant leave the world. Lord Gould's spirit communicated with the other 4 lords. The 5 Sky Knights sent by the main family had all died in battle, and the other lords also replied with the same news. When these Sky Knights joined the family, they used their blood to make life cards. As long as they died, the life cards would react. This was also the basis for Lord Gould and the other 4 lords to judge whether the battle on the other side was over. They did not have much sadness or regret in their hearts. Although most of the Sky Knights did not know the content of the mission before they came, the family still gave these Sky Knights the right to choose. It was not a forced order. As long as the 5 lords succeeded in killing the god, they would certainly compensate these brave knights. The families and relatives behind them would receive generous compensation. Of course, if the killing the god failed, then needless to say, the lives of the 5 lords could not be guaranteed. Knight from the Gould Temple with the blood of the White Dragon. Lord Gould raised the light sword in his hand and said in a deep voice. Knight from the Ferdinand Temple with the blood of the Golden Lion, Knight from the Merlin Temple with the blood of the Black Tiger, Knight from the Emir Temple with the blood of the Giant Bear, Knight from the Luca Temple with the blood of the Moonwolf. The 4 lords raised their tier 5 light longswords one by one and said, "We challenge the great god of plague Gladstone to the battle of killing the god." The 5 lords said in unison. To the 5 feudal lords, this challenge was sacred. It was the most glorious battle of their lives, a battle that could be recorded in the annals of history. For this, they lost 25 Sky Knight. For this, they had prepared for a long time and spent a lot of manpower and resources to find the world entrance of the god of plague Gladstone. And all of this was worth it. The 5 lords had loudly announced their bloodlines in front of a god and challenged him to a battle of killing the god in the name of their bloodlines. When you said my real name, your souls were forever branded with the mark of blasphemy. Ridiculous knight, with only 5 temple knights, you dare to kill the god. Who gave you the courage? The god of plague Gladstone opened his eyes and stared at the 5 temple knights with his black eyeballs. This was the first time the god of plague Gladstone had spoken. His voice had an indescribable power in his world. Lord Gould felt all the hair on his body stand up at the same time. It was the feeling of facing a great horror. This feeling made his blood begin to boil. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Ever since he became a temple knight, he had not had such a carefree battle. There was no feeling of fear in his heart, only the slow disappearance of all his emotions. Every day, he calmed down and maintained his human emotions. Now, the long-lost feeling of fear that Lord Gould thought was about to disappear from his body did not make him afraid. Instead, it made him want to fight. The 4 lords next to him also had the same feeling. A level 5 temple knight was the most powerful existence in the great world of God. Even a stomp of his foot could shake an area, but no one knew how difficult it was to be a temple knight. Lord Gould could even forgive his second son for assassinating his eldest son, just to keep his emotions in his heart. If David had not taken out the heartwarming lotus seed soup, that could affect the 5-temple knight for a long time, Lord David would not have made the decision to lock Ian up. This was only Lord Gould's situation. The other temple knights also tried to maintain human emotions in various ways. The way to completely eliminate this hidden danger was to go one step further. Killing the god was the best method in the legends. Chapter 7:18. David left the strange world the way he came. When he returned to the surface of the lake, he felt a sense of relief. The oppressive feeling disappeared in an instant. He greedily looked at the colorful world. Compared to the world he had just entered, everything here was much more intimate. David followed the surface of the lake to the lakeside. He didn't leave immediately. He wanted to see the result, no matter what it was. Of course, he wouldn't wait on the ground. With the activation of his underground sneak ability, he entered the ground with lightning, leaving only the shadow attendant on the ground to observe. David didn't know how dangerous it was for him to enter the world of the god of plagues. If the shadow attendant didn't have the aura left behind by the bald man, he would have been crushed to death by the god of plagues. Lord Gould tightened his grip on the level 5 light longsword in his hand. The other 4 lords understood what he meant. They were ready to act. A level 5 temple knight usually didn't use weapons because there were very few opponents of a level 5 temple knight's strength. In the great world of God, a level 5 temple knight rarely acted. Deterrence alone was enough to solve most problems. Coupled with the coordination of the Aristocratic Affairs Office, a level 5 temple knight rarely acted. A battle between 2 level 5 temple knight was at most a probing battle. It was impossible to fight to the death. Even on the Warstar, a level 5 temple knight couldn't act. The energy there was very chaotic. If a level 5 expert acted, it was very likely that the energy of the Warstar would be disturbed, causing the energy of the Warstar to collapse. At this time, the 5 temple knight were all holding level 5 light longswords, which meant that they were going all out. The power of the bloodline flashed on the level 5 light longswords. It quickly wrapped around the level 5 light longswords, forming a heavy sword completely made of bloodline power. With the strength of a level 5 temple knight's bloodline power, a level 4 weapon didn't have the slightest effect. On the contrary, the level 5 temple knight had to consume his bloodline power to protect the level 4 weapon. Only a weapon of the 5th rank could perfectly match the bloodline power of a temple knight of the 5th rank. Not only could it withstand the bloodline power of a temple knight of the 5th rank, it could also increase the sharpness of the bloodline power by 5 ranks. Lord Gould felt the bloodline power from the night battle formation. The bloodline power of 5 level 5 temple knights made him feel fearless. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, he could crush it. Without any movement, Lord Gould's body suddenly slid forward. His speed was so fast that only an afterimage of his original position. The other 4 lords also moved at the same time. The night battle formation was led by Lord Gould and rushed towards the god of plague Gladstone. Although the 5 level 5 temple knights were extremely fast, this was the world of the god of plague Gladstone. In his eyes, the movements of the 5 temple knights were very clear. He gently lifted his right index finger that was resting on the black throne, and a black light greeted Lord Gould. If the power of the 5 level 5 temple knights gathered by Lord Gould through the night battle formation was like a battering ram that destroyed everything in front of it, then the black light of the god of plague Gladstone's finger was like a thin needle. No matter how one looked at it, the battering ram was countless times more powerful than the thin needle. However, when the two collided, the Gould Lord was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. The white, solid bloodline power that covered the surface of the grade 5 light longsword was pierced through. After the black light broke through the bloodline power sword, it kept rushing inwards until it collided with the level 5 light longsword. The 5 temple knights of the 5th rank shared the power of the black light, and all of them drew back a dozen steps, unexpectedly returning to their original position, before finally coming to a stop. Lord Gould gasped in his heart. The god of plague Gladstone's seemingly casual finger attack had repelled the 5 level 5 temple knights. "We are not injured. It seems that he is still very weak." Lord Ferdinand was overjoyed. Of course, Lord Ferdinand was pleasantly surprised. This was the world of the god of plague Gladstone. In such an environment, the power of the god of plague Gladstone was increased. However, the attack of the god of plague Gladstone did not injure any of them, which meant that the gap between them and the god of plague Gladstone was not that big. Originally, the 5 level 5 temple knights thought that the 5 of them would take turns to be the vanguard of the knights' battle formation. If anyone was injured, they would replace them and heal them. They wanted to use the number of people to consume the energy of the god of plague Gladstone. The attack of the god of plague Gladstone made them feel more hopeful. At least the plan of consuming energy could be implemented. Gould, his body did not move just now. It is very likely that his body can't move at all, Lord Gould said with his eyes flashing. Then let's attack again. Lord Gould nodded and said in a deep voice. Before Lord Gould could attack again, Gladstone, the god of plague, once again flicked his finger and shot a beam of black light towards the 5 lords. Lord Gould condensed his bloodline power into a heavy sword on his level 5 light long sword and blocked the black light from the finger. Just as the white blood power sword was about to come into contact with the black light seemed to come alive. It twisted its body and dodged the sword. Then, it continued to shoot towards Lord Gould. Lord Ferdinand, who was next to Lord Gould, swept his level 5 light longsword towards the black light. The black light flashed again and attacked. This black light was not like ordinary energy at all. It was like a flexible long snake. The defense of the knight's battle formation had no effect on it. The power of the blood shield formed by the 5 level 5 knight's battle formation was easily penetrated by the black light. The other 3 faint golden sword lights appeared, attacking the black light. The black light moved left and right in the midst of the attacks, causing the temple knights of the 5th rank's attacks to all miss. Lord Gould retreated, at the same time taking out a level 4 shield and smashing it heavily towards the black light in order to buy some time. The black light took a little more time to penetrate the level 4 shield, allowing Lord Gould and the other 4 temple lords to retreat more than 10 meters. At this time, the energy contained in the black light was exhausted, and it dissipated halfway through the pursuit. This time, the 5 temple lords did not speak. They did not expect the black light to make them so embarrassed. The god of plague Gladstone had been in a deep sleep for countless years. He had just woken up not long ago, and his strength was extremely weak. This was also why the 5 temple knight dared to come and kill the god of plague. It was just that the 5 temple lords did not expect that the god of plague Gladstone would be so weak, and his strength would be so strong. Although Lord Gould's charge seemed to be easily repelled by the god of plague Gladstone's finger, in fact, with the power of Lord Gould's charge, it could really penetrate a mountain. The 5 temple lords thought of the whole process of discovering the god of plague Gladstone. They were sure that their previous judgment was not wrong. The god of plague Gladstone was indeed extremely weak. After the god of plague Gladstone woke up, in order to collect faith, he was ready to absorb some believers. It was just that the god of plague, Gladstone, had fallen asleep too early and did not know that the world had changed greatly. He wanted to develop a church on Loam, but as soon as he showed 2 miracles, he was targeted by the main family. Loam's star was an agricultural planet. The land and people here belonged to the main family. If they wanted to develop a church on this planet, they would be discovered by the main family as soon as they appeared. The main family sent out their most elite intelligence personnel and used many means to find the world of the god of plague, Gladstone. In the process, the main family had been carefully controlling not to disturb the god of plague Gladstone, and not to provide too much faith for the god of plague Gladstone. Everything was under the control of the main family. Continue to consume his energy. None of the 5 temple lords wanted to give up, and they all made suggestions in their spiritual communication at the same time. Perhaps the 5th level temple knight was strong enough compared to ordinary people, but the lifespan and emotional shortcomings of the temple knight were big problems. Although the lifespan of a temple knight was 3 times longer than that of an ordinary person, in the process, many temple knights were forced to close themselves to death because of emotional shortcomings. Lord Gould didn't want to be like a living dead. He didn't want to stay in the secret room until he died of old age. He was unwilling to live like this. If the god of plague Gladstone hadn't appeared, he might have carefully cultivated his emotions, let that day come slowly, and finally walked into death like his ancestors' temple knight. But with the appearance of the god of plague Gladstone, there was a turn for the better. The god of plague Gladstone's divine power was only a weak god in ancient times. He belonged to the weakest gods and didn't have powerful divine power. Since knowing that the god of plague Gladstone was on Loam Star, Lord Gould thought that this was the guidance given to him by fate, guiding him to change his fate. As long as he got a trace of divinity from the god of plague Gladstone, he could break through to the 5th level. He would no longer have to worry about emotional shortcomings, and his lifespan would be greatly increased. When Lord Gould found Lord Ferdinand, Lord Merlin, Lord Emile, and Lord Luca, they also agreed to participate in this plan without any hesitation. If you wanted to jump out of the shackles of fate, you had to pay a price. This was a fact that the 5 lords understood. Now, the 5 lords still held on to this belief. For the sake of a slight possibility, they didn't intend to give up. Besides, this was the world of the god of plague Gladstone. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. Lord Gould charged again. The 5 5th-level temple knights formed a night battle formation and turned into a white light, rushing towards the Black Throne. On the Black Throne, the god of plague Gladstone's right index finger, middle finger, and ring finger moved together. "Rule binding," the god of plague Gladstone said, and at the same time, 3 black lights shot out with the slight movement of his 3 fingers. "Defend!" Lord Gould immediately shouted when he saw the 3 fingers of the god of plague Gladstone move. The 5 5th-level temple knights gathered their blood power and erected a solid white wall in front of them. The high-speed charging process instantly ignored inertia and was nailed to the ground like a nail. Lord Gould didn't choose to dodge. It was meaningless. From the black light just now, it could be seen that the black light could automatically track the enemy. He also didn't use any magic talismans. Not to mention magic talismans, he didn't even activate the effects of his weapons and equipment. It wasn't that Lord Gould didn't want to activate them, but in this world, the rules didn't allow these kinds of items to be used. Besides, the so-called effects of slowing down, weakening, and blinding could not be effective on a god. Not to mention a god, even if they were used on a 5th-level temple knight, the effects were tantamount to nothing. The stronger the strength, the weaker the effects of the auxiliary items. One's own strength was the foundation of victory. The 3 black lights hit the wall of blood power. The 3 black lights didn't drill in, but moved on the wall of blood power. Wherever the black light passed, the blood power would be instantly corroded. Lord Gould felt the rapid loss of the blood power. He immediately understood the idea of the god of plague Gladstone. The god of plague Gladstone wanted to consume their blood power in this way. This was originally their plan to deal with the god of plague Gladstone, but in turn, the god of plague Gladstone used it first. Lord Gould didn't understand why the god of plague Gladstone had so much energy. Using some means, he borrowed some books from several temples and obtained the energy that the god of plague, Gladstone, could use in his current state. 25 Sky Knights would consume a large part of the world's energy, which would greatly reduce the energy used by the god of plague Gladstone, making it impossible for him to make complex attacks. But the situation in front of him was obviously not like this. Lord Gould didn't understand what went wrong. Just as he was thinking, a terrible binding force was produced. This was the binding ability that the god of plague Gladstone used to control the power of the world's rules. The 5 lords' bodies froze. At this time, the 3 black lights changed direction and drilled into the white wall of blood power. They quickly entered the Sky Knight's battle formation. Just as the 5 lords' bodies couldn't move, and the 3 black lights were about to shoot towards them, a figure appeared from Lord Ferdinand's body. It flew over and grabbed the 3 black lights. The figure's hand and arm that caught the 3 black lights instantly turned pitch black. Fortunately, it was an energy clone. This overbearing poison needed a few seconds to completely erode the energy clone. The energy clone appeared 10 meters away with the 3 black lights. The energy clone exploded, and the 3 black lights disappeared together. Chapter 719. Lord Ferdinand detonated his energy doppelganger. Not only did it divert the 3 black lights away, but it also used the energy fluctuations produced by the detonation of the energy doppelganger to cause the energy of the world to fluctuate rapidly. This energy fluctuation made the law binding used by the god of plague Gladstone lose its effect. The energy ripples produced by the violent energy fluctuation swept across the entire world. The energy doppelganger was extremely important to every level 5 Temple Knight. On one hand, it could replace the main body to complete most of the tasks, and on the other hand, it could assist the main body in combat. Lord Ferdinand detonated his energy doppelganger. If he survived this safely, it would take at least a few years for him to recover his energy doppelganger. The most important thing was not the waste of time, but the fact that the energy doppelganger required a part of the spirit to be put into it. This part of the spirit had to be cut out from the main body. Cutting the spirit might not have much effect on the powerful spirit of a level 5 Temple Knight, but it would cause the emotional loss of the level 5 Temple Knight to accelerate. Lord Ferdinand's explosion would not only consume a few years of time and energy, but it would also aggravate the emotional loss. At this time, he was standing in the middle of the knight's battle formation. His face was a little pale. The energy doppelganger contained part of his spirit, and the detonation of the energy doppelganger also damaged his spirit. Our estimation was wrong. Let's get ready to fight, Lord Lucas said in a deep voice. When Lord Ferdinand detonated his energy doppelganger, and did not cause too much damage to the world, the 5 lords realized that they had underestimated the god of plague Gladstone. According to their estimation of the state of the god of plague Gladstone, the power caused by the explosion of the energy doppelganger was enough to cause extensive damage to the world. But in fact, it only caused an energy fluctuation that caused the energy of the world to be chaotic. In this case, they could only take advantage of the chaotic energy. When the god of plague Gladstone could no longer use the rules of the world, they could only fight with all their strength. Gould, save your strength. If you can't save us, take our bodies with you. I don't want to leave my body here, Lord Merlin said in a deep voice. No one objected to his words. The 3 level 5 Holy Temple Knights had unleashed their full power, but they still could not cause any harm to the god of plague, Gladstone. So there was no difference even if Lord Gould joined in. If one died in this world and their corpses were left behind, it was very likely that one would not be able to rest in peace after death. The god of plague, Gladstone, would definitely extract the soul from the corpse and either torture it or transform it into one of the black divine servants. Otherwise, where did so many level 5 and level 4 black divine servants come from? Those were the souls of powerful beings that had been collected and transformed by the god of plague Gladstone. Their bodies had been reconstructed and turned into living beings that depended on this world, becoming the god of plague Gladstone's divine servants. Lord Merlin left a way out for everyone. As for why he chose Gould, it was because Lord Gould was the youngest here. Take care of our family, Lord Emir said. Without waiting for Lord Gould to speak, the three lords summoned their energy doppelgangers. As soon as the doppelgangers appeared, they flew towards the level 5 light longswords in their hands. The level 5 light longswords in the hands of the three lords changed from the original pale golden light to a purple golden light, and their power increased by many times. The god of plague Gladstone, whose expression had not changed, showed a dignified expression for the first time when he saw the purple golden light longswords in the hands of the three lords. After 10,000 years of lonely sleep, he wanted to play with these level 5 holy temple knights. But he did not expect that after 10,000 years, a level 5 holy temple knight would have a new way of fighting. The purple golden light meant that it could threaten a weak god. Although the threat was not strong, the god of plague Gladstone himself was not a weak god in his complete state. The god of plague Gladstone, who had lost his desire to play, did not hesitate any longer. His entire right arm suddenly moved. "How is this possible?" Lord Gould exclaimed when he saw the right arm of the god of plague Gladstone move. The main reason why they dared to kill a god was that they judged that the god of plague Gladstone could use very little energy and could only make slight movements with his body. But he could move one arm, which was beyond their expectations. Lord Merlin, Lord Emir, and Lord Luca also raised their purple golden light longswords. Because the three lords were in the night battle formation, they were connected by mind. The three purple golden light longswords slashed towards the same position of the god of plague Gladstone. The god of plague Gladstone stretched out his right arm. When he stretched out his arm, it immediately elongated and slapped towards the three lords. On his palm, strange black patterns appeared from time to time. "Kill a god!" Lord Ferdinand held the level 5 light longsword in both hands and roared, "Ferdinand!" Lord Gould saw Lord Ferdinand's movement, but it was too late to stop him. The level 5 light longsword hit the right hand of the god of plague Gladstone. Then the level 5 light longsword flew up, and the right hand of the god of plague Gladstone continued to move forward and hit Lord Ferdinand's chest. The black armor that had been passed down for countless generations made a sad sound under this blow. The black armor was shattered. The right hand of the god of plague, Gladstone, hit Lord Ferdinand's body. The powerful body of a 5th-level holy knight was not able to block it at all. Gladstone's right hand penetrated Lord Ferdinand's body and was about to continue his attack. Lord Ferdinand's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He did not care about the injury on his body. Instead, he grabbed the right arm of the god of plague Gladstone with both hands, completely ignoring the poison that was beyond his imagination. The space in his heart rapidly shrank, and a large amount of blood power that had been compressed to the extreme rushed out of the space. The surging bloodline power had already exceeded the limits of Lord Ferdinand's body. Wherever it passed, his body cracked. The bloodline power rushed from his chest and palms to the right arm of the god of plague, Gladstone. The grade of the blood power was very difficult to judge because the blood power could be divided into several states according to the degree of compression: gaseous, liquid, and solid states. For example, the blood power of a level 5 temple knight was like a sharp blade. Lord Ferdinand mobilized the blood power in the core of his heart space, and its power was extremely terrifying. However, mobilizing this blood power came at a great cost. It was equivalent to using countless years of training to launch this attack. Whether this attack was successful or not, the result would be the death of Lord Ferdinand. Although Lord Ferdinand's life-risking attack did not hurt the right arm of the god of plague Gladstone, it affected the attack of the god of plague Gladstone. Just as the right arm of the god of plague Gladstone paused, the attacks of the three lords broke out. 3 purple gold lights separated from the 3 level 5 light longswords and gathered in the air, carrying a terrifying energy that made the world tremble. The attack of the level 5 temple knight's energy doppelganger was equivalent to the combination of all the blood power that the 5 temple knights had cultivated for several years. Together with the spirit attached to it, it could be regarded as the full attack of a level 5 Temple Knight. The full attack of the 3 purple gold lights had exceeded the limit of this fragile world. The god of plague Gladstone waved his right arm and shook off Lord Ferdinand's body. At this time, he had no time to defend himself. However, there was no panic in his eyes. There was only helplessness. From the beginning to the end, the 5 level 5 Temple Knights had underestimated him. On the surface, the god of plague Gladstone did use some miracles to preach, but he secretly used the virus to torture some ordinary people. Some of the patients found that as long as they prayed, their pain would be reduced. In the process, some faith would be generated. This kind of impure faith might not have any effect on powerful gods, but for the extremely weak god of plague Gladstone, it was alleviated. This was also the special ability that allowed the god of plague Gladstone to survive in the environment surrounded by gods in ancient times. He did not need to obtain true believers. As long as the patients created by the god of plague Gladstone prayed, the power of faith would be fed back to the god of plague Gladstone. The god of plague Gladstone now knew that not only had the level 5 Temple Knight underestimated him, but he had also underestimated the power of the level 5 Temple Knight. The black throne under the god of plague Gladstone rotated, causing his body to turn 180 degrees. The attack of the 3 level 5 Temple Knight hit the back of the black throne. The black throne was the center of the whole world. It was also the strongest object in the world. Attacking it was equivalent to attacking the world. If it was an ordinary attack, the black throne would not be damaged, but this was an attack that could make the world tremble. Just as the purple and gold light collided with the back of the black throne, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the world of the god of plague Gladstone. The god of plague Gladstone's eyes flashed with anger. He knew that he was in big trouble. If he was exposed to the real world, even if it was only for a moment, the other gods would discover his existence. The angry god of plague Gladstone waved his arm and swept towards the remaining 4 level 5 Temple Knight. The god of plague Gladstone did not save his strength. He attacked with the will of the whole world and an unimaginably poisonous attack. It swept towards the 4 level 5 Temple Knights in an irresistible way. At this time, Lord Ferdinand was no longer breathing. A powerful 5th rank Temple Knight had died. Lord Gould and the other 3 lords did not have time to grieve. They had to face the terrible attack of the god of plague Gladstone. The 4 lords were desperate. If they had known that the god of plague Gladstone had such power, they would not have come with only 5 lords. The matter of killing a god now seemed extremely ridiculous. They thought that 5 level 5 Temple Knight could complete the act of killing a god. Gould, remember what you promised us. Lord Merlin, Lord Emir, and Lord Luca looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Lord Merlin said loudly. The 3 lords stimulated the power of the blood in their bodies, and stood in front of Lord Gould. Lord Gould gritted his teeth. The force was so great that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The 5 lords had been together for so many years because of the friendship of their ancestors. In addition, they treated each other sincerely in order to preserve their feelings for each other. This made them closer than brothers. Now the other lords asked Lord Gould to live. On one hand, they did not want the body to stay in the world of the god of plague Gladstone. On the other hand, they considered that Lord Gould could help stabilize several families after he went out. Lord Gould wanted to die with his friends, but his reason told him that he could not let his friends die in vain. He scanned Lord Ferdinand's body on the ground with his mind and put it into Lord Ferdinand's own space ring. Then, he grabbed the space ring in his hand. The 3 lords collided with the god of plague Gladstone's attack. The sound of bones breaking and organs breaking was heard at the same time. This attack was equivalent to the 3 lords fighting against the world. Together with the power of the god of plague Gladstone, the 3 lords' lives disappeared in an instant. The god of plague Gladstone used too much energy and could not help but pause for a moment. Lord Gould scanned the three lords' bodies with his mind and put them all into their respective space rings. Then, he grabbed the 3 space rings and rushed towards the world gap that was slowly closing. Humph! The god of plague Gladstone snorted coldly and summoned his remaining strength to shoot out a black light. Although Lord Gould was fast, the black light was faster. When Lord Gould rushed through the world gap, the black light also hit his back. A small black hole appeared in the black armor, and the black light entered Lord Gould's muscles. At this time, Lord Gould just happened to come out of the world of the god of plague Gladstone. The suppression of the world on him also disappeared. He mobilized all the power of the bloodline that he could use to seal the black light. The black light kept moving forward and wanted to rush into his heart. He also kept strengthening his bloodline power to block the black light. When the black light approached his heart, Lord Gould successfully blocked the black light. However, Lord Gould's body went soft and fell from the air. All his bloodline power was concentrated to fight against the black light. There was no extra bloodline power to support him in the air. The god of plague Gladstone looked coldly at the world gap slowly closing. He wanted to rush out and attack Lord Gould, but he did not do so. At this time, the world of the god of plague, Gladstone, had suffered a lot of damage. He had used too much energy, and his divine body could no longer move an inch. Chapter 720. Gladstone, the god of plague, could move his body, but he did not dare to rush into the great world of God. Previously, only a trace of his aura leaked out from his world. It was hard to say whether or not he had been discovered by the gods, or how many gods had discovered him. However, if Gladstone, the god of plague, dared to enter the great world of God, then all the gods in the great world of God would be able to accurately perceive him. At that time, he would be hunted down by all the gods. A god with such a weak aura was a great temptation for the other gods. In addition, Gladstone, the god of plague, also believed that the blow just now did not kill Gould immediately. Lord Gould would not live for long. The poison in the black light was too close to Lord Gould's heart. Even though Lord Gould was sealed by his bloodline power, if he used up too much of his bloodline power and was unable to seal the black light, Lord Gould would still die. David had been observing the lake through the eyes of the shadow attendant. Just when he was bored, he saw a crack in the lake, as if the whole space had been cut open by a knife. The shadow attendant's angle just happened to be able to see the black world of the god of plague through the crack. Then he saw Lord Gould's figure. David was overjoyed. It was good that Lord Gould was fine, but he was also shocked because he didn't see the other 4 lords. This made David have a bad feeling in his heart. Perhaps the other 4 lords were already dead. Lord Gould flew forward for a distance and fell to the ground. At the same time, the crack in the lake disappeared. Coincidentally, the place where Lord Gould fell was above the ground where David was. At this time, Lord Gould fell into a coma. The poison was instinctively protected by the bloodline power in his body, but forcibly passing through the crack between the 2 worlds made him suffer a great impact. This was the main reason why he fell into a coma. David did not hesitate at all. He ordered the shadow attendant to grab Lord Gould and fly away. Just before he left, he saw the 4 space rings on the ground. David scanned with his mind, and the 4 space rings were put into the space pendant. The space pendant's level was very high. Although the 4 space rings were also of the highest quality, they were put into the space pendant. Without any hesitation, he activated his full strength and flew away underground. The shadow attendant in the sky grabbed Lord Gould's body and followed him closely. David sneaked underground for a while. After leaving the lake, he returned to the ground and continued to move at full speed. It could be said that his speed this time was far faster than before. He was taking a great risk by doing this. Even if David did not know the details, he was 100% sure that Lord Gould and the other 5 lords went to kill the god. Now that only Lord Gould came out, the result was obvious. David saved Lord Gould and took him away. It was likely that he would be hunted down by the god of plague Gladstone. He did not know that the god of plague Gladstone could not leave his world. The only thing he could do was to keep accelerating. In David's eyes, the whole world was slowing down, and his speed was increasing to the extreme. David did not stop until he felt from the shadow attendant that Lord Gould's situation was very bad. At this time, he was 500 kilometers away from the lake. He did not feel any danger. Although he did not know if the other party was a god and wanted to kill him, the lack of danger made him feel more at ease. David did not continue to escape. If he ignored Lord Gould's situation, he was afraid that he would leave with Lord Gould's body. He came out of the state of lightning body, and the shadow attendant also descended to his side with Lord Gould. David looked at Lord Gould's injuries. The first thing he felt was the horrible poisonous breath. The strength of this poison was something he had never encountered before. Even the poison of the black servants in the world of the god of plague Gladstone could not be compared to this poison. David tried to use his spirit to draw a poisoned pattern in the air and used the poisoned pattern to suck out the poison. This was the only ability among all his abilities that was effective against poison. The poisoned pattern flashed on Lord Gould's back, and a trace of black flew out of the wound. The poisoned pattern did have the ability to absorb poison, but this poisoned pattern only lasted for 2 seconds before collapsing. The poisoned pattern absorbed the poison for 2 seconds, and as the level of the poison inside became too high, the poisoned pattern suddenly exploded. David had already prepared for this. He also knew that using the poisoned pattern to absorb a level 4 poison to absorb a level 5 poison was very likely to cause the poisoned pattern to collapse. He waved a stream of air to blow away the black poison gas that spread around after the poisoned pattern exploded. The poison gas flowed to a big tree next to him, and the tree instantly withered and turned black. The grass on the ground was all withered and scorched. David checked Lord Gould's situation again, and the poison was indeed reduced by a bit. Seeing that it was effective, David did not hesitate anymore. Perhaps for others this kind of poisoned pattern was very tiring, but for someone like David who had a strong spirit, it was very easy to draw the poisoned pattern. He was multitasking, and both his hands were mobilizing the spirit to draw the poisoned pattern on Lord Gould's wound. After the 2 poisoned patterns appeared, David did not wait for the poisoned pattern to collapse and continued to draw the poisoned pattern. The shadow attendant was on the side, and as long as the poisoned pattern collapsed, it would disperse the poison gas. David had been paying attention to Lord Gould's situation. After he found that Lord Gould's blood power could resist the poison, he also stopped using the poisoned pattern. This poisoned pattern was the ability of a level 4 insectoid. Who knew if Lord Gould had seen it before, so it was best not to expose the poisoned pattern. David took out a few more bottles of antidote and poured them into Lord Gould's mouth. Although it was useless, it could cover up the effect of the poisoned pattern from before. Then his figure flashed, and he activated the lightning body and went underground, heading towards the cave where the safe house of the God of Shadow was located. Lord Gould slowly opened his eyes, and he immediately felt the situation inside his body. The black light was still there, but it was not as strong as before. It wanted to attack his heart, but it felt a little sluggish. Lord Gould did not understand what happened, but soon he felt the remnants of the antidote in his mouth. This can't be the effect of the antidote. Lord Gould was 100% sure of his judgment. If the antidote could resist the poison of the god of plague Gladstone, then the 5 lords would not have to pay such a painful price. Lord Gould summoned his energy doppelganger from within his body. His body was still immobile, but his energy doppelganger could still move. When the energy clone came out, he found that he was already very far away from the world of the god of plague Gladstone. But soon, Lord Gould found that the 4 portal rings in his hand were gone. He thought about it rationally and remembered that when he left the world of the god of plague Gladstone, he was shocked when he rushed through the gap between the 2 worlds. He seemed to have let go of his hand before he passed out. Annoyance rose in his heart, and he felt sorry for his friends. But Lord Gould's body could not support his return. Besides, if he went back like this, he would die. That would be even more sorry for his friends who sacrificed their lives for him. The energy clone took out an alchemy map from Lord Gould's portal ring and immediately found his current location. Then, the energy clone carried Lord Gould and flew in the direction of the portal. During the flight, Lord Gould felt very bad. It was not because the black light in his body had not been removed, but because his 4 friends had died, which made him unable to manage his emotions. All along, the 5 lords had been very casual with each other. Although they did not say anything to each other, he understood that this was a way to cope with the loss of emotions. Now that Lord Gould had lost 4 of his best friends, he felt that his emotions were very wrong, and he was on the verge of losing control. He quickly let the energy clone take out a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup from the portal ring and drank it. This was the 50 bowls of heartwarming lotus seed soup that he had asked from Baron Arthur. He wanted to share it with his friends after the success of the god-slaying. As the heartwarming lotus seed soup entered his stomach, Lord Gould clearly felt that the heartwarming lotus seed soup, this time, was different from the previous ones. A warm current flowed to his wound, and Lord Gould felt that the power of the bloodline that was resisting the black light had relaxed a little. It was very weak, but he was a level 5 Temple Knight, and he was very sensitive to the situation in his body. He also noticed this slight change. At the same time, his previous loss of control was also controlled. His mood improved as the heartwarming lotus seed soup tasted extreme, and he could not help but feel shocked. Without any hesitation, Lord Gould discovered the effects of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, and drank 10 bowls of heartwarming lotus seed soup in a row. He was prepared to take more, but he found that the heartwarming lotus seed soup could only suppress the black light to a certain extent, but it could not get rid of it. However, this already made Lord Gould extremely satisfied. At his most dangerous time, the heartwarming lotus seed soup played a key role. Lord Gould directly descended from the sky in front of the huge portal of the main city of Loam. He did not need the services of the staff. As a lord, he had extremely high authority. His spirit swept and he entered the huge portal. When Lord Gould's figure appeared in front of the portal of Main Castle, the energy clone carrying the injured Lord Gould appeared, and the alarm of the entire Main Castle rang. All the portals of Main were immediately blocked, and more than a dozen Sky Knight rose into the air and blocked the sky above Main Castle. This was the response of the top noble families to the crisis. As long as the portal was blocked, even if there was an enemy attack, they would have to pass through the distant space and travel for a long time to reach Maine. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Charlie saw Lord Gould in the study. When he saw Lord Gould's pale face, he couldn't help but cry and ask. In Charlie's impression, his father was an invincible existence. He never thought that there was anyone in this world who could hurt his father. "What are you crying for?" Lord Gould reprimanded in a deep voice. He turned to Baron Lek and ordered, "Immediately inform the Berger family, the Goff family, the Cooper family, and the Kirk family that several lords have died in battle. Let them be prepared." "Yes, I'll go right away." Baron Lek's face paled, and his heart was incomparably shocked. However, he immediately recovered and bowed in response. "Charlie, you go and ask Bishop Bolin of the Earth Shrines to come over." After Baron Lek left, Lord Gould instructed Charlie. "Yes, father," Charlie replied worriedly. Earth Shrines were the best healers of all shrines, and this Bishop Bolin had a very close relationship with the Main family because Bishop Bolin was from the Main family. Lord Gould didn't want to trouble Bishop Bolin. Bishop Bolin had a very high status in the Earth Shrines. Although he was from the main family, with his status as a bishop of the Earth Shrines, Lord Gould needed to visit Bishop Bolin in person. However, Lord Gould's injury prevented him from going directly to any shrines. This was an injury left behind by the ancient gods' attack. Once the shrines discovered it, it would be a big problem. Lord Gould also wanted to get rid of it himself, but he found that although the power of his bloodline could resist it, it could not weaken the black light even a little. This discovery made him very curious about the person who saved him. What kind of ability could weaken the black light in his body to this extent? According to the previous strength of the black light, Lord Gould was sure that he would not be able to wake up at all. He would be killed by the black light after his bloodline power was exhausted in a coma. However, the mysterious person who had saved him had actually weakened the black light cast by the god of plague, Gladstone. This was something that even a 5th-level temple knight like him could do nothing about. Lord Gould didn't know that David used the innate ability of the poisonous fanged giant ant. Although the poisonous fanged giant ant was only a 4th-level insect, it was a 4th-level insect that specialized in highly toxic poison. In terms of ability to control highly toxic poison, the poisonous fanged giant ant was far superior to a 5th-level knight. The ability that David obtained from the soul of the poisonous fanged giant ant was the strongest ability of the poisonous fanged giant ant. This also allowed David to have the same influence on poison as the poisonous fanged giant ant. In fact, even if the poisonous fanged giant ant wanted to remove the poison from Lord Gould, it would not be able to do what David did. In fact, the 4th-level poisonous fanged giant ant was not as good as David's spirit. It must be known that the poisonous fanged giant ant became a 4th-level insect with a 4th-level poison, but David's spirit directly reached the 4th-level boundary. Chapter 7:21. Dang, dang, dang. The alarm bell of the Earth Shrines sounded. All the clergymen looked at the bell in surprise. It wasn't until the bell rang 13 times in a row that the clergyman woke up. The alarm bell at the top of the temple would ring at a fixed time every day. It looked like an ordinary bell. But if one looked closely at it, they would see that it was densely covered with many patterns. When the bell rang 13 times, the patterns that usually didn't have any reaction lit up at this time. The 13th bell represented bad luck in the shrines. It represented the presence of an evil god in the great world of God. The clergymen gathered in the main hall, and the archbishop, who was rarely seen, also appeared. The 6 bishops stood behind the archbishop with serious expressions, and no one talked to each other. All battle clergymen, step forward. The archbishop looked at the clergymen and ordered. Following the archbishop's order, more than 50 battle clergymen walked to the center of the hall and bowed to the archbishop. Among the 50 battle clergymen, 5 were 4th-level great clergymen, and the rest were 3rd-level clergymen. This strength didn't seem strong, and the strength of any top aristocrat exceeded this strength. But this was only the external strength of the shrines. No one knew the true strength of the Earth Shrines, and shrines had summons that could summon the strength of aristocrats for their own use. Go to Lone Star immediately and find out the location of the evil existence. You will start the prelude to the War of Gods. The archbishop ordered in a deep voice. My lord walks the earth, my lord waters life, my lord dispels evil, my lord breathes life. The battle clergymen chanted loudly in unison. Their eyes were full of fervent flames. Fighting for God was their lifelong belief. They were willing to fight for God, and they were not afraid of death. The battle clergymen turned and left in the chanting. The rest of the clergymen also bowed and retreated. Only the archbishop and the 6 bishops were left in the hall. The archbishop glanced at the 6 bishops and then said to Bishop Bolin, "Block the portal to Lone Star. This matter will be handled by Bishop Bolin." "Yes, Archbishop." Bishop Bolin bowed and replied. Of course, he knew what the Archbishop meant. His relationship with the main family was not a secret among the shrines. Loam Star was the territory of the main family, so it was best for him to handle this matter. They all knew that the Great Earth Shrines were not the only ones to receive the warning. The other shrines would also receive the warning. However, the Great Earth Shrines were the closest to planet Lungbu, so they could easily lock onto their location. The other shrines probably wouldn't be able to find the location of the evil god's aura in a short period of time, but they knew the general location. The Earth Shrine's actions would soon be discovered by other shrines. As long as the portal on Loam Star was locked, the Great Earth Shrines would be able to take the initiative. The other shrines would need to discuss with the Great Earth Shrines how to deal with them, and the Great Earth Shrines would be able to obtain the greatest benefit. Although the Great World of God was jointly managed by several shrines, and it was unknown how the shrines above got along, the competition between the shrines below had always existed. Especially in this kind of action against the evil god, the shrines who had the dominant power could obtain the greatest benefits. The biggest beneficiaries of such benefits were the archbishops and the bishops. If the god of earth was satisfied with the spoils of war, the god of earth would bestow them with greater strength and a longer lifespan. Even their status would be elevated when their souls returned to the divine kingdom after death. As soon as Bishop Bolin left the hall, a priest came to report that night Charlie of the main family had come to visit. In Bishop Bolin's lounge, he met with Charlie. Honorable Bishop Bolin, this is the letter my father asked me to bring to you. When Charlie saw Bishop Bolin, he immediately took out the letter from his space ring and handed it over. Bishop Bolin took the letter. There was nothing extra written on it. It just asked him to go back to Main Castle. At Lord Gould's summons, Bishop Bolin left without any hesitation. This time, he returned to the main family for a very good reason. He was ordered to do things. When Bishop Bolin walked out of the portal of Main Castle, he found that the atmosphere was not right. Many Sky Knights were flying in the sky on their flying mounts, and the Earth Knights on the ground were also fully armed and patrolling on their warhorses. Bishop Bolin couldn't help but speed up his pace. This time, he didn't even bring the priests with him. When he saw Charlie come over to invite him, he knew in his heart that something big must have happened. Although Bishop Bolin was from the main family, in order to avoid suspicion within the Earth Shrines because of Bishop Bolin's background, the main family rarely contacted Bishop Bolin and only secretly helped Bishop Bolin. Bishop Bolin was able to become one of the bishops of the Earth Shrines with the help of the main family. Or rather, most of the bishops had corresponding supporters behind them. However, these supporters were very careful not to touch the bottom line of the shrines. For all shrines, the bottom line was that nobles could not interfere in shrines' affairs. Several shrines were independent of the aristocratic system. They did not interfere in secular affairs, but they were above the secular world. Shrines could accept shrines of noble origin, but they could not let nobles affect the shrines. Of course, after countless years of infiltration, most of the shrine's clerics were born into nobles. Even those who were not born into nobles had more or less received funding from nobles. Shrines could only maintain the appearance of not having too much to do with the nobles. At least, they could not have too much contact with the nobles. Bishop Bolin also knew this. If it weren't for the fact that something big had happened, Lord Gould would have taken this into consideration. Bishop Bolin, this way please. Father is waiting for you in the study. Charlie's pace was obviously faster as he led the way in front. All the servants in the castle were gone, and only the loyal knight was standing guard. Come in. When Bishop Bolin came to the door of the study, the door opened, and Lord Gould's voice came from inside. Bishop Bolin walked into the study. When he saw the state of Lord Gould, his eyes flashed with horror. Lord Gould's body was leaning to the side. His weak state was not like that of a fifth-level knight at all. Only Lord Gould's energy avatar still maintained its original appearance. It was also the energy avatar who had spoken just now. "Gould, what happened to you?" Bishop Boland took 2 steps forward and asked without any scruples to Lord Gould's body. Although the Lord of Gould and Bishop Boland didn't have much contact with each other, their relationship was extremely close. They shared the same father, but not many people knew about this. If it weren't for the concealment of Bishop Boland's identity, Bishop Boland would not have been able to reach a high position in the Earth Shrines. Shrines could accept aristocratic origins, but they could not allow the direct descendants of the top aristocrats to become high-ranking shrines. "Boland, I've let you see a joke," Lord Gould's body said with a wry smile. As soon as he said a word, he couldn't help coughing. "Don't talk, let me see the injury." Bishop Boland waved his hand to stop him. Bishop Boland stretched out a hand, and a faint milky white light flashed on his hand. This was the detection skill of the Earth Shrines. It could detect the target's injuries so as to make the most appropriate response. Bishop Boland didn't think that Lord Gould's injuries could be treated at will. If that was the case, with the powerful foundation of the main family, they would have taken out heavenly treasures to treat him. The milky white light entered Lord Gould's body. After a few breaths, a black mist eroded the milky white light and then rose from Lord Gould's body. "It's troublesome, it's a curse." Bishop Boland's expression was a little ugly. He saw the pattern in the black mist and understood what kind of injury it was. "I'm lucky not to have died on the spot with my 4 brothers," Lord Gould said in a deep voice. "Are you crazy?" Bishop Boland raised his voice and asked angrily. "We don't want to stay in a closed space until we die like our parents." Lord Gould looked at Bishop Boland and said faintly. Bishop Boland didn't say anything. He also thought of their father. Their father was not dead, as was said to the outside world. This was also the secret of all the top nobles. The final destination of a 5th-level Temple Knight was an emotionless creature. Every 5th-level Temple Knight would recover for a short period of time before losing all feelings. In the process, the 5th-level Temple Knight would make the most correct choice for his family and close himself off. Lord Gould still didn't regret his battle with the god of plague, Gladstone. Regardless of victory or defeat, he challenged the gods and fulfilled his dream. "To be honest, you're really lucky. This divine power must be weak to the extreme. Otherwise, how could he have let you live for so long? Your curse can't be cured unless he does something." Bishop Boland calmed down and told the truth. Lord Gould certainly knew the one Bishop Boland was talking about. The only one who could not be named by Bishop Boland was the god of the earth. As long as the name of a god was called out, the god would definitely sense it. "You may not believe it, but the injury I suffered was almost fatal. When I was in a coma, I was treated once. My injury is now 1/3 better than before," Lord Gould said to Bishop Boland with a smile. Lord Gould really felt lucky. If Bishop Boland said so, then he could imagine how lucky he was to have met someone who could save him. Not to mention that the person who saved him didn't want to kill him. Lord Gould's armor, weapons, and wealth in his space ring could make anyone in the great world of God go crazy. Under such circumstances, the man had saved his life, and he had saved him from the world of Gladstone, the god of pestilence. Sometimes, Lord Gould wondered if the person who saved him was a god. Of course, this idea was a joke. If there really was a god there, the first thing he would do would be to kill the god of plague, Gladstone. For a god, an existence like the Lord of Gould would not be a threat at all. Perhaps only when many lords gathered together would the gods pay attention to them. Lord Gould was just a single lord, so the gods wouldn't pay special attention to him, let alone lend him a helping hand. That's impossible. This poisonous curse is driven by divine power. Unless a god personally acts, there is no way it can have any effect on divine power. Bishop Boland said, shaking his head. Bishop Boland did not want to believe Lord Gould's words at all. He was a Shrines of the Earth, so he knew how powerful this curse was. In particular, from the curse on Lord Gould, he could see that the god seemed to be determined to kill Gould, so he added a special indestructible attribute to the curse. It was because of this indestructible attribute that Bishop Bolin found it difficult to deal with. But Bishop Bolin also knew that Lord Gould would not lie to him. His words were more for himself to dispel the doubts in his heart. "Is it the god you met on Loam Star?" Bishop Bolin suddenly asked. After seeing Lord Gould's injuries, he had guessed it. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence. 4 fifth-level knights had died in battle, and Lord Gould had been seriously injured and cursed by a god. "Have the shrines received the news?" Lord Gould frowned and asked. "Before I came, the shrine's alarm bell rang 13 times. I guess it's not just our shrines, it's the same for the other shrines. I came here on behalf of the Archbishop. He wants you to block the portal to Loam Star and only let us shrines in and out." Bishop Bolin nodded and replied, "That's not a problem. If the other shrines ask, I'll ask them to look for the earth shrines." Lord Gould understood the meaning of this and waved his hand. Bishop Bolin thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I guess the news of your battle with the god can't be hidden for long. If you want to recover from your injuries, you still have to ask the god for help." "Why don't I ask the god for help?" "No, don't." Lord Gould quickly stopped him. If Bishop Bolin asked the god for help, he would have to pay a price. The price was so great that Bishop Bolin would lose all the achievements he had made in the shrines. He would be demoted from the position of bishop to a priest, and his strength would drop to the level of an ordinary priest. It was not so easy to ask the god for help. The god had to pay an equal price to heal the injuries caused by the god like Lord Gould. The price Bishop Bolin had to pay was too high, so high that the main family could not afford it. Although Bishop Bolin rarely contacted the main family, as long as Bishop Bolin was in the Temple of Earth God, the other top families would take his existence into account and consider his attitude in all aspects of their actions. Chapter 722. Gould, what about your injuries? Bishop Bolin asked worriedly when he saw Lord Gould refuse. "Don't worry. Although my injuries can't be cured, they won't get worse," Lord Gould said with a smile. "Gould, are you trying to comfort me?" Bishop Bolin looked at Lord Gould and said angrily. Although he couldn't heal Lord Gould, he could see that Lord Gould's injuries were under control, but it was still under the suppression of the bloodline power. This was not a long-term solution. After a long time, the curse would break out again. At that time, the power of the curse would increase, and the bloodline power would not be able to suppress it. At that time, Lord Gould would die. That was why Bishop Bolin wanted to ask the gods to help. "Look at this," Lord Gould said with a smile, as he handed over a bottle of heartwarming lotus seed soup. Bishop Bolin took the heartwarming lotus seed soup and glanced at Lord Gould doubtfully. Then, he waved his hand and a milky white light flashed. Examine was cast again. A pure white light rose from the heartwarming lotus seed soup, and it was particularly conspicuous in the milky white light. Where did this lotus seed soup come from? Bishop Bolin stared at the pure white light in disbelief and asked aloud. "It's made by Charlie's friend. This heartwarming lotus seed soup can not only suppress the curse in my body, but also stabilize the emotional defect of a 5th-level holy knight." Lord Gould replied with a smile. "Cooking? Even a Grandmaster cooking level can't integrate a trace of indestructible life force into a bowl of soup," Bishop Bolin said in disbelief. "Wait, you said there's a trace of indestructible life force here?" Lord Gould asked with a wave of his hand. Indestructible life force was the life force that only the gods could possess. Legend has it that the Earth God had this kind of energy to become a god with the divine power of healing. Lord Gould had read the relevant information. Indestructible life force was a precious energy even for the gods. He was thinking about what price he should pay for the heartwarming lotus seed soup. It seemed to be some level 3 strength and meat. He thought Baron Arthur would take advantage of it and help him, but who knew that he would be the one who mistreated Baron Arthur? Go find the person who cooked this. He can cook heartwarming lotus seed soup with indestructible life force. Perhaps he can do something about your injuries. Bishop Boland suggested. Okay, I'll go see him. Lord Gould nodded. Lord Gould thought more. The heartwarming lotus seed soup did not have such an effect. It was very likely that Baron Arthur had added something to it, or his cooking ability had. He knew that Baron Arthur's cooking ability had reached the Grandmaster level. If he could level it up again, he might be able to refine the original heartwarming lotus seed and form the indestructible life force. In any case, Baron Arthur had become an important option for Lord Gould's treatment. Bishop Boland's time in the main family was very short. He left the main family with a lot on his mind. In fact, neither he nor Lord Gould were too worried about the safety of the main family. A top noble family would not put all their safety on a 5th-level temple knight. Even if Lord Gould did not treat them, the main family would still exist, but they would lose some benefits in some aspects. No top noble family dared to threaten another top noble family with force. In history, top noble families would only decline slowly because there was no knight genius for a long time. But there had never been a case of being destroyed by other top noble families using force. On the one hand, it was because the top nobles had signed an agreement. Although this agreement of the great world of God had little effect on ordinary nobles, it was extremely useful for the top nobles. It was because of this agreement that the Noble Affairs Office appeared. The conflicts between the top nobles would be first coordinated and dealt with by the Noble Affairs Office. On the other hand, the shrines would not allow the top nobles to find armed conflict. In the great world of God, the gods were above everything, while the top nobles managed the secular world. All the forces of the top nobles were the forces of the gods in the eyes of the god. If anything happened, the gods could requisition the forces of the top nobles at any time. Therefore, the gods would not allow a war between the top nobles, which would harm the interests of the gods. Finally, the background of the top nobles determined that no one dared to provoke the top nobles. Even the declining top nobles did not know how strong the background behind them was. Take the sealed 5th-level Temple Knight, for example. The main family had 4 5th-level Temple Knights sealed. These 4 5th-level Temple Knights used a special ability of the main family to live by faking their death. This way, the lifespan of these 4 5th-level Temple Knights far exceeded their actual lifespan. These 4 5th-level Temple Knight were the ultimate secret of the main family. They usually relied on the spirit-gathering array to maintain them. If necessary, the descendants of the current main family bloodline could awaken these 5th-level Temple Knight. Although these 5th-level Temple Knights had no emotions, they would have a special connection with their bloodline and would not attack their descendant. The descendants of the bloodline placed the 5th-level Temple Knight on any planet. As long as the descendants of the bloodline left the side of the 5th-level Temple Knight, the 5th-level Temple Knight would turn into a killing machine until all the life on the planet was killed, or killed by other experts, or exhausted the last of his vitality. Almost all the top nobles had this kind of background. It was precisely because of this background that even if the first or second generation of the top noble families did not produce a 5th-level Temple Knight, it would not affect the status of the top nobles. In fact, the background of the top nobles was somewhat similar to the super space weapons of the Interstellar Federation, which had a terrifying deterrent force. Although Lord Gould and the other 5 5th-level Temple Knights fought with the God of Plague, Gladstone, 4 of them died and 1 was seriously injured, but that was a battle with a god. A 5th-level Temple Knight slaughtering on any planet was equivalent to the appearance of a destructive weapon. No one could stop him except for existences of the same level. If the main family was truly angered, the 4 5th-level Temple Knights would be thrown into the main planet of any top noble. The result would be that they would perish together with that top noble. That top noble would also have to put the sealed 5th-level Temple Knight into battle, otherwise they would not be able to stop him. Once a 5th-rank Temple Knight was awakened from his sealed state, he wouldn't stop until his life force was completely exhausted. For the top nobles, a sealed 5th-level Temple Knight was a means of deterrence, and it rarely appeared in history. After David saved Lord Gould, he immediately returned to the training room of Chinya Manor through the medium-sized portal of the Church of the God of Shadow. When he walked out of the medium-sized portal, his whole body felt tired. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. He didn't feel this way when he was on loam. The excitement of being between life and death, and the crazy behavior of being close to the gods, made him extremely excited. Now that he was back in a safe place, David felt scared. He dared to enter the world of the gods. Was he crazy at that time? But when he saw the pile of space items in the space pendant, his discomfort quickly disappeared. David first let the shadow attendant transfer the corpses and trophies in the space rings into the space pendant. The space inside the space pendant was large enough, and the quality of the space pendant was beyond imagination. For example, all the space rings that David got could only be strung together with strings to hang on his body. But now they were all directly stored in the space pendant. David sometimes even wondered if the space pendant had something to do with the God of Shadow. Otherwise, how could it have such a high quality? While thinking, his spirit swept over the 25 Sky Knight corpses, and he couldn't help but smile. For others, after getting a Sky Knight's corpse, perhaps only the equipment on the Sky Knight was valuable. But for David, who could resurrect a Sky Knight and make a puppet, these Sky Knight corpses could all be transformed into actual combat power. Every Sky Knight's corpse was equivalent to a Sky Knight, and these Sky Knight's equipment was still complete. He didn't even have to worry about flying mounts. It must be known that in the world of the God of Plague, Gladstone, these Sky Knights didn't summon flying mounts. Now, these flying mounts still existed in the summoning ring. David only needed to inject his life force into the flying mounts at regular intervals, and he could keep the flying mounts alive. The only trouble was that he didn't know if the soul energy he got this time was enough to resurrect so many Sky Knight. Although David thought this in his heart, the smile on his face didn't decrease at all. This is really a happy problem. How do I use the 25 Sky Knight? David's gaze swept over the 4 space rings that were thrown aside. These 4 space rings were obtained outside the world of the God of Plague, Gladstone. He remembered that when he rescued Lord Gould, he found 4 space rings on the ground and casually took them with his spirit. He really didn't have any thoughts about the 4 space rings. At that time, it was just a habitual behavior. As a person who had experienced many battles and was used to collecting spoils of war, when he saw the 4 space rings, he didn't think about it and took them away. At that time, David didn't associate the 4 space rings with Lord Gould because David had never seen anyone with space rings all over their body except for himself. At this moment, David looked at the 4 space rings and had some guesses in his heart. He stretched out his hand and took out the 4 space rings from the space pendant and appeared in his palm. These 4 space rings looked extraordinary from the style. Could it be that the owners of these 4 space rings were really them? David thought in his heart. He used his bloodline power to open one of the space rings. He saw a familiar figure. It was the corpse of Lord Ferdinand. It was hard for David to imagine that when he first saw Lord Ferdinand in Maine Castle that day, Lord Ferdinand passed in front of him like a star in space. How long had it been since Lord Ferdinand's space ring was in his hand, and Lord Ferdinand's body was in the space ring? The black armor on Lord Ferdinand's body was intact. David's spirit swept over and found the wound on Lord Ferdinand's body. To cause such a fatal injury, the black armor must have been destroyed. Is this an armor with self-repair ability? He thought in his heart. Although David didn't know if there was self-repair equipment in the great world of God, he had seen it in the Interstellar Federation. His own exoskeleton armor had a small self-repair ability. As long as the internal equipment was not damaged, the external armor could repair itself. David's attention moved away from Lord Ferdinand's body. He looked at the light longsword flashing with a pale golden light. Even if David had a level 5 axe blade, it wasn't a real level 5 weapon. It only had the sharpness of a level 5 weapon, but it didn't have the defensive ability of a level 5 weapon. Besides, he was now a knight, so the weapon he used was a normal sword. A level 5 light longsword could unleash the power of a knight. In addition to this level 5 light longsword, there were 2 level 4 heavy swords, a level 4 shield, and some healing and recovery potions. It could also be imagined that Lord Ferdinand was fighting with his life on the line against the plague god, so he couldn't bring out useless things. It was likely that Lord Ferdinand had already made arrangements in case he died in battle. The important items of the Burger family would naturally be placed in the family's storage ring. David placed the space ring to the side and looked through the other space ring. This time, he was mentally prepared. When he saw Lord Merlin's body, he didn't feel too much. Just like Lord Ferdinand's black armor, Lord Merlin's black armor was also intact. This confirmed that the black armor had the ability to self-recover. David waved his hand and the black armor peeled off from Lord Merlin's body and appeared in his hand. He felt his hand sink. The weight of the black armor was beyond his expectations. It was more than 10,000 kilograms. If the training room's floor hadn't been specially treated, it would have sunk under this weight. He didn't recognize the material used in the black armor. In his knowledge system, there was no related knowledge. David had the ability of a Grandmaster Forger, but even in the vast knowledge of a Grandmaster Forger, he couldn't find any information about black armor. Chapter 7:23. David clenched his hand into a fist, heavily smashing it against the black armor. His current strength was great, and with the instant acceleration from the Battle Angel crystal, the power of this blow was comparable to any peak Earth Knight. But this blow only made the surface of the black armor tremble slightly. The power of his blow was actually perfectly neutralized by the black armor. This made David have no choice but to re-evaluate this black armor. He estimated that this black armor was comparable to a 5th rank armor. Thinking of the 5th rank, he took out Lord Merlin's 5th rank light longsword from his spatial ring. The black armor could repair itself, so David wasn't worried that he would damage it. If it was really damaged by the 5th rank light longsword, then it would be a good opportunity to observe the self-repair process of the black armor. The 5th rank light longsword lightly chopped against the black armor. He didn't use much power, because with the sharpness of the 5th rank light longsword, any defense below the 5th rank would be broken. The instant the 5th rank light longsword chopped against the surface of the black armor, a faint pattern appeared on the surface of the black armor. Afterwards, the attack of the 5th rank light longsword was transmitted to every part of the black armor. It must be known that this was a super heavy armor weighing 10,000 kilograms. With such weight and the special material of the black armor itself, the impact was unimaginable. The 5th rank light longsword actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to the black armor. This was the first time David saw a defense that could directly resist a 5th rank weapon. David increased his strength, and after increasing his strength again and again, he found that with his current strength, even the 5th rank light longsword in his hand couldn't cause any damage to the black armor. He looked at the black armor in his hand, feeling both happy and helpless. He was happy because this level of armor was extremely safe. He estimated that even a 4th rank Sky Knight would find it very difficult to injure him under the protection of the black armor. He was helpless because as long as David dared to wear this black armor outside, he would immediately be known by the first-rate nobles. At that time, the ones who would come looking for him would definitely be powerhouses of the 5th level of the Temple Knight level. This was the equipment of the 5th level of the Temple Knight Godslayer, which was the strongest equipment of the 5 lords. David then found the corpses of Lord Emir and Lord Luca in the other 2 spatial rings, as well as their black armor and grade 5 light longswords. Sensing the 4 corpses of the 5th rank Temple Knight, David actually had a crazy idea. The first time he revived a level 4 Sky Knight, he barely managed to do so. After that, his intelligence exceeded 9 points, so reviving a level 4 Sky Knight was no longer a problem. However, it still required a huge amount of soul energy to support it. According to David's estimation, if he wanted to revive a 5th level Temple Knight, he would have to raise his mental strength once more, and raise his strength to a 4th level Sky Knight. He put away the 4 space rings and all the equipment back into the space pendant without leaving a single trace. Before David had the confidence to revive a 5th level Temple Knight, he didn't intend to use the equipment of the 4 lords. He started to examine the corpses of the Sky Knight again. These Sky Knight corpses were all poisoned to death, which made David a little worried about whether these corpses were still alive. Although the Battle Angel skeleton's life energy was very strong, it was still unable to revive a lifeless corpse. In fact, according to the medical science of the Interstellar Federation, these corpses that had just died could, in theory, be revived. If the Shadow Attendant hadn't absorbed the Sky Knight's soul, David would have used his life energy to revive the Sky Knight's body, and the Sky Knight would have been truly revived. Apart from the first 2 Sky Knight corpses, the rest of the Sky Knight corpses were put into the spatial ring by the Shadow Attendant as soon as they died. With the frozen time in the spatial ring, as long as the corpses weren't completely corroded by the poison, there was a possibility of reviving them. David had a headache when it came to this kind of poison. He still remembered the poison in Lord Gould's body. He used the poison engraving pattern to only absorb part of the poison, delaying the time it took for the poison to take effect. However, the poison in Lord Gould's body was created by the god of plagues, Gladstone, while the poison in these Sky Knights' body was created by the Black Divine Servants. The level of the poison was still very different. David didn't dare to directly detoxify the Sky Knight's body. The faint trace of vitality in the Sky Knight's body would disappear completely before he could use the poison engraving pattern to absorb the poison. He took out a Sky Knight's body. This was a corpse whose heart was pierced by a black spear. The Shadow Attendant took out the black spear and put it aside. David pointed his finger, and a pure white light entered the Sky Knight's body. The pure white light entered the Sky Knight's pierced heart. Something unexpected happened. He estimated that the poison was at least level 5, but it melted like snow under the pure white light of the life energy. Of course, because the level 5 poison was removed, some of the life energy that David injected was consumed. David didn't care about the consumption of his life energy. He had the Battle Angel skeleton, so his life energy was almost inexhaustible. If Bishop Boland saw the way he used up the undying life energy, he would probably be shocked. Even the Earth God's undying life energy was converted from divine power, and the conversion ratio was extremely low. Even the Earth God had to be careful when using undying life energy. Perhaps to the shrines of the Earth, using this incomparably precious undying life energy on a level 4 Sky Knight was a great waste. David didn't expect the life energy produced by the Battle Angel skeleton to be so effective. This level 5 poison was instantly neutralized. As expected, the poison was neutralized, and the injured heart recovered. The heart was slightly stimulated, and it started beating again. All the injuries on the Sky Knight's body disappeared. Other than the fact that this Sky Knight didn't have a soul, he was just like a normal Sky Knight. David summoned the Shadow Attendant and pressed one hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder. As the soul energy entered the Shadow Attendant's body, He began to draw the enchantment pattern. After he drew the enchantment pattern, the soul energy that entered the shadow attendant's body continuously entered the pattern. This was an extremely extravagant act. For any life form, soul energy was unique. Only the bald, brawny god, who was in despair, was successfully connected by the reckless sacrifice of David's predecessor. David became the bald, brawny god's only hope in the desperate situation. In order to allow himself to recover quickly, David retained the ability to absorb soul energy when he bestowed the shadow servant. The ability to absorb soul energy was originally a special ability of the bald god. It was also an extremely rare ability among the gods. When this ability fell into the hands of a normal person like David, it was reasonable that he could do something unexpected. The process of reviving the Sky Knight was not to be underestimated. In the process, David used the enchantment pattern of the Zerg, the indestructible life force of the battle angel, and the soul energy of the bald god. These abilities included different races, different planes, and the exclusive abilities of the gods. Using these abilities to revive a level 4 Sky Knight was not surprising. David's 6th Sky Knight stood up from the ground and immediately connected with the souls of the other 5 Sky Knight. Some knowledge was transmitted through this soul connection. This reduced the time for the newly revived Sky Knight to adapt. He didn't need to slowly learn how to be a normal Sky Knight from David because the previous Sky Knight had already learned this process. This knowledge would be received by the newly revived Sky Knight through the soul connection. David took out the summoning ring of the Sky Knight. Previously, to prevent confusion, he had the shadow attendant place all the summoning rings with the corpse of the Sky Knight one by one. As expected, the Sky Knight regained his flying mount. While David continued to revive the Sky Knight entered the genetic repair cabin. The genetic medicine that had been prepared beforehand combined with the advanced medical technology of the Interstellar Federation. The face of the Sky Knight began to change into the face that David had set. One day later, David had to stop reviving the Sky Knight. He wasn't able to revive all the Sky Knights. In the training room that wasn't too big, stood the 10 newly revived Sky Knights. The reason why David stopped reviving the Sky Knight wasn't because the soul energy was exhausted, nor was it because the corpse of the Sky Knight couldn't be revived. It was because he didn't expect that there was a limit to the soul that the bewitching pattern could create. At the very least, the limit of the soul created by the bewitching pattern wouldn't increase until his mental power increased. David named the 10 newly revived Sky Knights from number 4 to number 13. Although it was a bit disrespectful to name a level 4 Sky Knight with a number, to David, they were all his subordinates, so naming them made it easier for him to command them. He also used some time to modify all the level 3 armors and level 4 heavy swords of the Sky Knight. This was beneficial to his Grandmaster Forger ability. Of course, David didn't have the intention to reforge the 15 level 3 armors and level 4 heavy swords. It would take a long time, at least before his strength reached a bottleneck. He wouldn't waste his time. He modified the level 3 armors by removing all the markings that belonged to the original owner and adding the Shadow Leopard emblem. The level 4 heavy swords also had their markings removed and replaced with the markings of the Loose family. After doing this, the Sky Knight would no longer have any connection to their previous identities. The 15 Sky Knight took up half of the training room. They sat on the ground and didn't speak. Instead, they were exchanging knowledge with each other through their souls. Knight Mark, Knight Garan, and number 1, number 2, and number 3 weren't the only ones imparting knowledge to the newly revived knight. These newly revived Sky Knight were also imparting some of their fighting instincts to the rest of the Sky Knight. Before, when there were only 5 Sky Knights, there wasn't much of an improvement in their fighting skills. This was because the previous 5 Sky Knights were only a bit stronger than the Sky Knights from the Barry family. The rest of the Sky Knights from their previous lives were just average. The newly revived Sky Knights were different. These 10 Sky Knights were all Sky Knights from the top noble families. Some of the Sky Knights were newly recruited into their families, but they still needed to have a certain level of strength to join. After joining, they also went through a month of learning and obtained part of the fighting skills of the top noble families. The 15 Sky Knights unreservedly passed on their fighting skills to each other through their souls. Although some of these skills were lost after death, the communication between the 15 Sky Knights still allowed each of the Sky Knights' fighting skills to greatly increase. Unfortunately, this kind of communication could only be done between the souls transformed by the bewitching pattern. David could also receive this knowledge through the bewitching pattern, but he couldn't directly transform it into his fighting skills like the Sky Knight. After David used the enchantment pattern for a while, he realized that this knowledge was useless to him. Therefore, he no longer cared about the communication between the 15 Sky Knight. He placed his hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder again and shared the remaining soul energy with the Shadow Attendant. When David felt the surging soul energy, he felt that he had underestimated the harvest of soul energy this time. 104th rank Black Divine Servants and 25 4th rank Sky Knight. This was all of his soul energy harvest this time. Because David didn't immediately check the space rings of the 4 5th rank Knights, he didn't find the corpse of the 5th rank Knight in time. The souls of the 4 5th rank Temple Knights dissipated. David didn't know this, or he would have cried himself to death. Of course, in that situation, it was already hard for him to take away the 4 space rings to save Lord Gould. Not everyone would have the courage to save someone knowing that there was an evil god next to them, and not forget about the spoils of war. David knew how much soul energy a 4th rank Sky Knight could provide, and he also knew how much soul energy was needed to revive a Sky Knight. In his calculations, although the remaining soul energy wasn't little, it wouldn't be too much. It would only be of some help to his soul. But when the soul energy entered his body, he realized that his calculations were wrong. It seemed that when he calculated the soul energy of the 104th rank Black Divine Servants, there was a huge discrepancy. Chapter 724. David had seen the combat power of the Black Divine Servants with his own eyes. They were definitely level 4. What he didn't know was that these Black Divine Servants were all level 5 before the god of Plague Gladstone went into hibernation. Because the god of Plague Gladstone had been in hibernation for too long, he had used up too much energy. Although they had recovered, the Black Divine Servants could only maintain level 4 strength. However, the souls of these Black Divine Servants were 100% level 5 souls. These souls came from the level 5 souls collected by the god of Plague Gladstone. Some of them were level 5 believers of the god of Plague Gladstone. After death, their souls naturally returned to the god of Plague Gladstone's world. The other part was the god of Plague Gladstone used other means to collect the souls of level 5 experts into his world. Even though these level 5 souls had been there for countless years, they hadn't changed at all. David didn't know that his biggest gain this time wasn't the 25 Sky Knight corpses or the 4 level 5 Temple Knight corpses and equipment. His biggest gain was the 100 level 5 souls. The soul energy poured into David's soul space. It was mixed with a golden light that had never been seen before. It was the most precious source of a level 5 soul. The reason why a god like Gladstone, the god of plagues, wanted to collect the souls of level 5 masters was because level 5 souls had their own origin. This origin allowed a level 5 soul to maintain its level 5 characteristics in a special environment. For example, in the god of Plague Gladstone's world, a level 5 soul could display the strength of a level 5 with the help of the god of Plague Gladstone's reconstructed body. In addition, level 5 souls were a kind of currency among the ancient gods. The gods used level 5 souls to buy or trade items. David had thought about reviving a level 5 Temple Knight when he was strong enough. In fact, if he didn't have the level 5 soul source, even if he succeeded in reviving a level 5 temple knight, he would at most be a level 4 sky knight. There was a fundamental difference from a real level 5 temple knight. David didn't know about this at this time. He only found that there were more golden light spots in the soul space. These light spots flew into the soul fortress and decorated the empty interior of the soul fortress. The soul fortress was being washed by a huge amount of soul energy, and the space inside was constantly expanding. This speed of growth made David feel a little shocked. The soul fortress was the size of a small city, and as a huge amount of soul energy entered, rows of new buildings appeared, and the original buildings also became bigger and bigger. When the golden light spots stopped appearing, David understood where they came from. He realized that there were exactly 100 golden light spots. This was almost 100% related to the 100 black divine servants. 100 black divine servants corresponded to 100 golden light spot. The battle angel crystal above the fortress emitted rays of light, each of which was connected to a golden spot. These golden light spots were neatly distributed in the expanding soul fortress. Then, the light rays from the battle angel crystal connected the 100 golden light spot. David was surprised to find that there was a strange formation made up of 100 golden light spots inside his soul fortress. The center of this strange formation was the center of the entire soul space. The soul energy that was originally flowing into the soul fortress was now being gathered by the 100 golden light spots. Every time the soul energy collided with a golden light spot, it would be compressed a little. After 100 times of compression, the soul energy gathered at the center of the formation had a trace of golden light. The ignorant David didn't know what he was going through. If he had the inheritance of a top nobility family, he would definitely find that his soul was evolving. This evolution was the most important step for a rank 4 Sky Knight to rank 5 Temple Knight. It was also the biggest bottleneck. Most peak rank 4 Sky Knights were stuck at this step and couldn't make any progress for their entire lives. David was just a rank 3 Earth Knight, but his soul was evolving to rank 5 and nurturing rank 5 soul origin. The Battle Angel Crystal was operating instinctively. It actively upgraded the Soul Fortress so that the Battle Angel Crystal could unleash more of its abilities. The Battle Angel Crystal was like the AI system of the Interstellar Federation. David's Soul Fortress was the server, and the Rank 5 Soul Origin was the new server enhancement device. David didn't know how to use the Rank 5 Soul Origin, but the Battle Angel Crystal knew. Before David could fully control the Battle Angel Crystal, it would automatically upgrade the server of David's Soul Fortress according to its own needs. On the other side, the Shadow Attendant was also changing. It only received half of the soul energy and didn't leave behind the rank 5 soul origin. The Shadow Attendant fully obeyed David's orders. David only agreed to give it half of the soul energy and didn't ask for the rest of the soul energy. Even so, the huge amount of soul energy this time gave the Shadow Attendant a lot of benefit. If the Shadow Attendant wasn't hidden in a special layer of space, its energy reaction would be shocking. The huge amount of soul energy constantly strengthened the Shadow Attendant. In fact, if David knew that he would receive so much soul energy this time, he wouldn't be willing to give half of it to the Shadow Attendant. Runes appeared on the Shadow Attendant's body hidden in a special layer of space. They then shrunk and disappeared into its body. Its body also became more solid. The Shadow Attendant from before was a bit transparent. It was more like an illusory creature. After being strengthened, the Shadow Attendant's body was covered in small and complicated runes. The surface of its body was faintly golden. In David's Soul Fortress, at the center of the circle formed by 100 golden light spots, a golden light spot was flickering inside the soul energy as if a new life was being born. As the golden light flickered faster and faster, finally, after one flash, the golden light didn't go out anymore. David's mind roared. He felt that his mind was in a mess. It was as if he was thinking about many things at the same time. However, he quickly understood this state. Just like before, he was multitasking. He was now multitasking. Except for the level 5 soul origin that belonged to David in the center of the circle formed by 100 golden light spots, the rest of the level 5 soul origin turned into 100 soul clones of David under the effect of the circle. Only an ignorant and fearless person like David would dare to put the level 5 soul origin into his soul fortress. David had absolute confidence in the shadow attendant's ability, but it was also an extremely risky move. If a level 5 soul origin appeared in the soul fortress, there was a high possibility that it would occupy a soul fortress that was weaker than its own. Not to mention, if 100 level 5 soul origin entered the soul fortress at the same time, the risk would increase by 100 times. Although the shadow attendant removed the rest of the impurities in the soul energy, the spirituality in the level 5 soul origin was not removed. In David's soul fortress, the battle angel crystal played a decisive role. All the level 5 soul origins were under its control and couldn't do anything outside of its control. After an unknown period of time, David got used to the feeling of having 100 brains. Every level 5 soul origin had become his soul doppelganger and had the ability to think. David opened his eyes. He felt very strange now. Multitasking didn't make him confused. Instead, it made his mind surprisingly clear. He didn't understand his current state. It seemed that his soul had undergone another transformation, especially that extra golden light spot in David's soul fortress. He knew very well that it was the core of his soul fortress. It represented his everything. He had a feeling that even if his body was completely destroyed, as long as he could keep this golden light, he could be resurrected. David called the shadow attendant over. He ordered the shadow attendant to activate the status panel. Immediately, his status panel appeared in front of him. He saw Spirit 1048-1. His spirit had increased by more than 1 point this time. Before this, he needed a level 4 soul energy to increase his spirit. If he wanted to get past 10 points, the amount of soul energy needed was unimaginable. Not to mention, he estimated that he would need a level 5 soul energy to increase his spirit after 10 points. Could it be that I'm already a level 5 spirit? David couldn't help but think. He tried to use his spirit to lift his body up. This time, he didn't feel any power from his spirit. It was like he was holding a feather. David used his spirit to form a fist and heavily punched the air in front of him. He felt the power of this punch. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face because he felt that the power of this spiritual attack was almost comparable to his own power. One had to know that one's mind wasn't a weapon that could be used to smash people. Instead, one had to use the corresponding secret technique in order to unleash its greatest potential. Although a level 5 Temple Knight had a level 5 soul origin, their spirit wasn't level 5. There was a difference. A level 5 Temple Knight used the power of the bloodline to improve themselves. Every time they leveled up, the power of the bloodline would transform their body, and their spirit would also be improved. However, this kind of improvement didn't really rely on the spirit itself. Naturally, the improvement of spirit wasn't as obvious as that of a warlock. Therefore, 2 level 4 Sky Knight and a level 4 warlock. In terms of strength, a level 4 Sky Knight would definitely crush a level 4 warlock. However, a level 4 warlock's spirit would definitely crush a level 4 Sky Knight. This time, David forcibly obtained a level 5 soul origin. The energy of 100 level 5 souls was the prerequisite. 100 level 5 soul origins and the battle angel crystal were the foundation. The combination of the two allowed his spirit to forcefully reach level 5. The improvement of his spirit had the same effect as the improvement of a warlock's spirit. His was operated by the battle angel crystal, while a warlock's spirit needed the blessing of the gods to reach level 5. Perhaps the battle angel crystal could be used as a function of the gods. In this sense, David was very similar to a warlock. Now, David still lacked secret spiritual technique. No matter how strong his spirit was, he could at most use it as the power of a peak level 3 Earth Knight. Of course, this kind of use was even more strange. It was invisible and intangible, but in the eyes of any warlock with level 5 spirit, it was a great waste. However, this wasn't without benefit. At least David didn't have any bottlenecks to speak of when he went from an Earth Knight to a Sky Knight, and then to a Temple Knight. He had already passed the most difficult level 5 bottleneck. David now felt like he had a treasure but couldn't use it. Of course, he could choose to join any church of the ancient gods. Then, he would be able to obtain the corresponding secret spiritual technique. Unfortunately, high-level secret spiritual techniques usually needed to be bestowed by the ancient gods. The premise was that he had to believe in the ancient gods. As a person from the Interstellar Federation, and even as a transmigrator from the world of his previous life, David didn't have any faith in either world. He didn't care about faith. If faith could be changed at will, he wouldn't mind believing in the ancient gods. However, this was the great world of God. As long as you opened any ancient book, it would clearly tell you that faith was not a joke. Once a belief in the gods was formed, there would be a huge price to pay for breaking away from faith. This price was both spiritual and physical. In the records, the consequences of breaking faith were very terrible. Their souls would be taken by the gods and tortured endlessly in the hell of breaking faith. It didn't matter if David believed in these descriptions or not. He wouldn't experience it for himself. There really were gods in this world. He had seen a world of gods. Since there were gods, then the records in the ancient books were very likely to be true. He wouldn't give his soul to anyone, not even a god. Maybe I can get some help from the top nobles. After not believing in the ancient gods, David naturally thought of the most suitable way. David now needed time. He needed a period of time to grow. As long as he could become a knight of the temple, it would be easy to get some help from the top nobles. Of course, his confidence came from his level 5 will. Level 5 will made him feel that his path to becoming a knight would be smooth. With the help of the battle angel crystal, the Grandmaster level leopard breath breathing technique, and the energy feather wings to gather energy, his training speed would be extremely terrifying. Sometimes, David wanted to find a place to hide and slowly train until he was strong enough to come out. Of course, this was just his imagination. Without so many risks, without so many times of life and death, how could he have achieved what he had now? Chapter 725. David shifted his attention away from himself. He noticed the change in the shadow attendant. Ever since he came to this world, he had been inseparable from the shadow attendant. He knew the shadow attendant as well as his own shadow. Shadow attendant, exit stealth mode. David commanded in his mind. The shadow attendant had been in stealth mode for a long time. In this state, the shadow attendant's abilities were not affected. David didn't want the shadow attendant to be exposed, so he never let the shadow attendant reveal itself. The reason he let the shadow attendant reveal itself now was to confirm his hunch. When the shadow attendant appeared, he knew that his hunch was right. The pale golden shadow attendant looked particularly sacred. Ordinary people would have the urge to worship it when they saw it. Under David's control, the shadow attendant waved its arm and attacked the void. A huge sonic boom sounded, and a ripple appeared in the air in front of the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant's strength increased, and it wasn't just a small increase. In David's hunch, the strength of the shadow attendant's attack was only at the standard of an ordinary Earth Knight. However, due to the terrifying speed of the shadow attendant, its power was comparable to David's attack without any buff. David wasn't too happy about the shadow attendant's increase in strength. With his current strength, the Shadow Attendant's strength wouldn't be of much use if he encountered a difficult enemy. It seemed that the Shadow Attendant's improvement in various aspects was always slower than his improvement in strength. It happened to be the perfect time when he needed this level of combat power the most. The Shadow Attendant's body was no longer illusory. Its pale golden body felt like it was made of metal. David didn't test the Shadow Attendant's defense because he was worried that after the Shadow Attendant's body became solid, it would still be able to penetrate objects. His hand that was placed on the Shadow Attendant's body went through the Shadow Attendant's body according to his will. The growth of the Shadow Attendant didn't affect its nature. Even if its body was solid, it was still a body of energy that could be transformed into an illusory body at any time. In this state, the Shadow Attendant was immune to physical damage even if it didn't enter the special space. Besides, as long as the Shadow Attendant was in the special space, almost no attacks could hurt it except for the ability to cut through space. David's spirit entered the Shadow Attendant's body. He originally wanted to check the knowledge ball, but when his spirit connected with the Shadow Attendant, he felt that the strength of the Shadow Attendant's spirit was almost the same as his own. David didn't know how the Shadow Attendant's body was made, but he knew that the Shadow Attendant needed soul energy. Even after the remnant soul of the bald man god dissipated and the Shadow Attendant truly belonged to David, the Shadow Attendant still showed a desire for soul energy. Since the remnant soul of the bald man god dissipated, all the souls that David obtained were shared with the Shadow Attendant. This time, the soul energy given by the crazy 100 level 5 souls was shared equally between David and the Shadow Attendant. The Shadow Attendant benefited greatly. Unlike David, the Shadow Attendant didn't need to form a level 5 soul origin. It was a special existence. Judging from the pale golden color of its body, it seemed that it was composed of a level 5 soul origin. It was a pity that the bald man god who created the Shadow Attendant was no longer there, so this couldn't be confirmed. With David's current ability, the Shadow Attendant, which was considered a high-end servant among the gods, was not something that he could analyze. The strength of the Shadow Attendant's spirit made him want to obtain a powerful secret mind technique again. Not only did he need a powerful secret mind technique to maximize the effectiveness of his spirit, but if the Shadow Attendant had a powerful secret mind technique, it could also exert the same effect as him. In other words, David could completely treat the Shadow Attendant as an energy clone of a level 5 Temple Knight. He could truly treat the Shadow Attendant as a part of his combat strength. Although the Shadow Attendant in the past had played a role in battles, the battles that the Shadow Attendant could participate in were all low-level battles relative to David's strength. When facing a powerful enemy, the Shadow Attendant's combat effectiveness was next to nothing. All of this was a matter for the future for David. For now, he still needed to pay attention to the knowledge orbs that he obtained in the Shadow Attendant's body. Shadow Attendant, arrange the knowledge orbs separately, David ordered in his mind. 125 knowledge orbs drifted out from the nebula-like sea of knowledge orbs and appeared in front of him. 100 black divine servants and 25 sky knights. Every one of them had a ball of knowledge extracted from their souls. David looked at the knowledge orbs of the 25 Sky Knight. When he saw the descriptions, he knew that his various knight combat abilities would be greatly improved this time. Among the 25 knowledge orbs of the 25 Sky Knight, there were more than 15 Grandmaster-level knowledge orbs. The rest of the knowledge orbs were also Master-level knowledge orbs. It could be said that most of the 25 Sky Knights had Grandmaster-level knight combat skills. David was not too surprised about this. These 25 Sky Knights were all Sky Knights from top-tier noble families. Although David did not know the criteria for choosing a Sky Knight from a top-tier noble family, he guessed that a mediocre Sky Knight would not be chosen by a top-tier noble family. Besides, to be able to become a Sky Knight, which one of them was not a genius knight. Which one of them did not stand out from countless knights? Just based on the amount of time that a knight had to train for at least 50 years. It was conceivable that a single ability could reach master or grandmaster level. However, the knowledge orbs provided by the Sky Knight were very monotonous. They were all knight combat skills. Riding technique 1% perfect, throwing technique 1% perfect, knight's battle formation 1% perfect, lance technique 1% perfect, and knight's inherited sword technique 1% perfect. 5 types of knight-specific combat skills all appeared in the Grandmaster level knowledge orbs. In particular, the lance technique and knight's inherited sword technique were both combat skills that David had never obtained before. This made him very happy. The lance was a type of long weapon used by knights when charging. During a knight's charge, all the impact of the charge would be concentrated at the tip of the lance. When facing a large number of enemies, the lance could explode with terrifying power. As long as the charge did not stop, the lance in front of the knight would charge out a path of blood. Moreover, because the lance was very long, it could attack the enemy first during the charge. Of course, when the lance was in the hands of a Sky Knight, it would be even more useful in aerial combat. Whether it was in the air or on the ground, the lance had an extremely obvious advantage. However, there weren't many knights who were truly proficient in the lance technique. This was because the lance technique was mostly used in group battles and required teamwork. For ordinary knights, there weren't many occasions where the lance technique was used. Since the lance technique was difficult to master, most knights would not spend too much effort on it. Only the top nobles would specially train knights who were at the Grandmaster level of the lance technique. This would make it easier for them to use the lance technique as the arrowhead in a group battle and unleash the full power of the knight formation. David channeled the lance technique, 1% perfect, knowledge into his soul. As an illusion appeared in front of his eyes, he became a knight holding a lance. This knight was riding a war horse, and all kinds of ways to use the lance were used by the knight. A large amount of knowledge was also transmitted into David's mind. From the basic lance technique to the knight charging towards a giant rock, the knight was riding on a normal war horse and the lance in his hand was also a wooden training lance. However, when the knight charged towards the giant rock, David felt the true terror of a Grandmaster level lance. All the knowledge from before was just the basic. Only at this moment, the knight's spirit surged as he charged. The lance in the knight's hand was like a fish swimming in the air. As it swam, the power in the lance was also increasing. This power came from the war horse and the knight himself. It also came from the knight's spirit, the spirit of pressing forward. Even if he was holding a wooden lance in his hand, even if he was facing a huge rock, the knight's indomitable will did not change at all. Furthermore, this will was transmitted to the lance through his spirit, fusing with his strength, forming a combination of spirit and strength, converging at the tip of the lance. During the entire charging process, David did not feel that the possessed knight did not use the power of the blood lineage. He was charging with his full strength. If David used a wooden lance to attack the rock, he could also break the rock, but he could not guarantee that the wooden lance would not be damaged. However, when the knight charged in front of the boulder and struck the boulder with his wooden lance, the boulder started to crumble from the tip of the lance. When the knight charged past the rock turned into dust. The Grandmaster level lance technique had turned the giant rock into dust with just one charge. This attack had perfectly demonstrated the Grandmaster level lance technique. After that, the illusion changed to a battle in the sky. The war horse under the knight was replaced by a golden eagle. David opened his eyes. This time, he received the Grandmaster level lance technique very quickly. The 100 soul clones in his soul allowed him to have 100 extra thoughts at the same time. He felt that if he had a lance in his hand, he would be able to exert 100% of the power of the Grandmaster level lance technique. The knight's inherited swordsmanship, 1% perfect, Knowledge light balls were the most numerous among the Grandmaster level knowledge light balls. There were 6 of them. From this, one could see how much importance the knight attached to swordsmanship. David channeled one of the knight's inherited swordsmanship into his soul, and the illusion took him to the swordsmanship training ground. The knight that David possessed was practicing a set of swordsmanship. He was very familiar with this set of swordsmanship. In his impression, it seemed to be the swordsmanship of the main family. He suddenly understood that the so-called knight's inherited swordsmanship was a general term for many kinds of inherited swordsmanship. After he had integrated this knight's inherited swordsmanship knowledge light ball, when he integrated the second knight's inherited swordsmanship, he found that the style of the swordsmanship had changed greatly. It should be another kind of inherited swordsmanship. Every time the Grandmaster level knight's inherited swordsmanship knowledge light ball was absorbed and integrated, David would learn a new inherited swordsmanship. The inherited swordsmanship did not only refer to the heavy sword, but also to other knight swords, such as light long swords, short swords, etc. Although David only needed to learn one inherited swordsmanship to be able to exert the power of the Grandmaster level knight's inherited swordsmanship, but after learning to use the knight's heavy sword for so long, he had a deep interest in the knight's swordsmanship. At this time, he could come into contact with the top inherited swordsmanship. How could he let it go? David also integrated the knowledge light balls of riding technique, 1% perfect, throwing technique, 1% perfect, and knight's battle formation, 1% perfect, one by one, raising his knight's fighting ability to the Grandmaster level. It was estimated that as long as the level 5 Temple Knight was not included, David could be said to be the number 1 in the great world of God when it came to mastering the skills of a knight. David then cast his gaze on the 100 knowledge light balls provided by the souls of the Black Divine Servants. To be honest, he did not have much hope that these knowledge light balls could provide him with any useful ability. After coming into contact with the evil god's believers many times, the proportion of the evil god's believers' souls that could provide him with useful knowledge light balls was very small. Most of the knowledge light balls provided by the evil god's believers' souls required a prerequisite, which was to believe in the evil god. David ordered the shadow attendant to open the detailed information of the 100 knowledge light balls. He flipped through the first knowledge light ball. He saw that it was plague talent, which did not have a prerequisite. It was just like an ordinary talent ability. David then looked at the rest of the knowledge light balls. All 100 of them had the same name, plague talent. He somewhat looked down on the plague talent ability. In his opinion, plague in reality could only harm ordinary people. A powerful knight was completely immune to plague. If David knew the name of the master of the Black Divine Servants, his thoughts would have changed greatly. The talent ability was named after the clergy of the god of plague Gladstone, and it was the talent ability that the god of plague Gladstone had prepared for his guardian divine servant. How could it be an ordinary talent ability? In fact, because the Black Divine Servants were completely under the control of the god of plague Gladstone, the god of plague Gladstone could pass on his most powerful ability to the Black Divine Servants without any hesitation. This seemingly insignificant plague talent ability was the foundation of the god of plague Gladstone. It must be known that in battle, as long as the Black Divine Servants hurt a Sky Knight, the Sky Knight would have to cut off the injured part. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the use of the Black Divine Servants' poison was. The level 4 Black Divine Servants had reached level 5 in the use of poison. This was all attributed to the plague talent ability. Chapter 726. David didn't really care as he transferred the plague innate talent knowledge ball into his soul. The plague innate talent knowledge ball didn't bring him into an illusion. Instead, it turned into a special pattern that appeared in his soul space. David was stunned. The plague, innate talent, was actually inherited in this way. His mind approached the plague pattern, and the plague pattern transmitted a message to him. This message contained the usage and effects of the plague pattern. The first thing David saw was the level of the plague pattern. It was actually a level 5 innate talent. Even the poison innate talent could only create level 4 poison, and this level 4 poison would only have the best effect when it came into contact with blood. He didn't think that the plague innate talent that he didn't pay much attention to was actually the highest level innate talent he had. The plague innate talent could create a highly toxic area, and this area was related to the maximum range of David's mind. David suddenly realized that his mind had received a huge upgrade. What was the maximum range of a level 5 mind? Afterward, he released his mind. It was like an invisible net that spread outwards and quickly covered an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. David's mind range had increased by 5 times. According to this range, he could use the plague innate talent to create a level 5 poison area within 1,000 meters. Within this level 5 poison area, all creatures would be corroded by the level 5 poison. With how terrifying a level 5 poison was, the plague innate talent could create a land of death. Within this range, even a sky knight wouldn't be able to resist for too long. David couldn't believe how powerful the plague innate talent was. In the world of the plague god, Gladstone, he didn't see the black divine servant have such a powerful innate talent. How could he know that it wasn't that the black divine servant didn't have the plague innate talent? It was just that the black divine servant had dropped in level. Although it had a level 5 soul, its mind was only at level 4. This caused the black divine servant to be unable to use the plague innate talent at level 5. David's mind had reached level 5. After obtaining the plague innate talent, he could naturally use it to its full potential. Of course, he didn't dare to use this innate talent in the Chinya manner. He could only research other uses of the plague innate talent. First, it was to absorb poison. This was similar to the poison innate talent, but the plague innate talent was more comprehensive and powerful. In fact, it was just a variety of poisons. It could release all kinds of plagues, including level 5 poisons and level 5 viruses. In fact, level 5 viruses were more terrifying than level 5 poisons. The plague god, Gladstone, relied on level 5 viruses to make countless forces tremble in fear. Once a level 5 virus was released, it would immediately corrode all areas within the range of the innate talent. Afterwards, it would spread to the surrounding area, the entire planet. There would be no longer any life. Who would have thought that my first level 5 innate ability would be this innate ability? David muttered to himself. Previously, he was still thinking about how to obtain a secret spirit technique, but in the blink of an eye, he obtained a level 5 innate talent that was even stronger than a level 5 secret spirit technique. The plague innate talent wasn't without flaws. Although a level 5 innate talent was very powerful, once it was released, he wouldn't be able to control the target of the plague unless he recalled it completely. David wasn't dissatisfied with the small flaw of the plague innate talent. He didn't know many people in the great world of God, and he didn't find it unacceptable to kill a lot of people at once. As long as the reason was justified, he could carry out a regional massacre without any psychological pressure. There were still 99 plague innate talent, knowledge light balls that he hadn't absorbed yet. This kind of innate talent light ball, no matter how many he absorbed, he wouldn't get another innate talent. He reluctantly gave up on the 99 plague innate talent, knowledge light balls and let out a long sigh of relief. The benefits from this adventure were so great that even David couldn't believe it. He didn't know that this wasn't an ordinary adventure, but a real life and death situation. It was just that he didn't know it himself. If the god of plague Gladstone misjudged the identity of David and the shadow attendant and thought that there were two powerful gods behind them, then it would be hard to say whether David would be able to walk out of the god of plague Gladstone's world alive. Just as David was feeling excited, he felt a message from the safety pattern. Then, the shadow attendant rushed into the sky, passed through the wall of the training room, rushed out of the building, and rose into the sky. This time, the shadow attendant rose to a height of 1 kilometer. David wasn't too surprised. According to the previous shadow attendant's distance from David, it was almost within the range of David's spirit. If David's spirit range was extended to 1 kilometer, then the shadow attendant's movement distance would naturally be 1 kilometer. With the speed of the shadow attendant's movement, the distance of 1 kilometer was still a distance of 1 kilometer. From disappearing to reappearing, the shadow attendant was already 1 kilometer away. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw a spaceship flying towards here. The spaceship obviously didn't want to force its way in. When it approached the Chinya Manor, it sent a request to visit. Near the bow of the spaceship, a huge white dragon emblem revealed that the owner of this spaceship was from the main family. What is Charlie doing here? David thought a little strangely, but he immediately thought of the merit he mentioned before. Since the last time he handed over all the evil god's servants' corpses to Charlie, David has been waiting for the corresponding reward. In his opinion, such a formal visit might be for him to exchange for merit points. David recalled the shadow attendant, and in a flash, except for the two exposed Sky Knights, Mark Knight and Garland Knight, the rest of the Sky Knights were collected into his summoning ring. Then he opened the door of the training room and walked out. When David stood in the empty square, the spaceship in the sky slowly descended towards the square. When David walked out of the training room, he turned on the safety system of the spaceship. The spaceship landed in the square in front of him, and when the hatch opened, the first person he saw was Charlie. David smiled and was about to go forward and say hello, but he saw a familiar energy avatar behind Charlie. It was the energy avatar of Charlie's father, Lord Gould. The smile on David's face slightly stagnated, but he quickly recovered and quickly went forward to salute. "Welcome the great Lord Gould, welcome Knight Charlie." Although he was quite surprised that Lord Gould's energy avatar personally came to the Chinya Manor, David still respectfully went forward to salute. He didn't think that Lord Gould would come for his rescue. At that time, Lord Gould was in a coma, and no one saw him help. So although he was puzzled, he still went forward to greet him. "Arthur, please forgive me for coming to visit." Lord Gould looked deeply at David and said with a smile. In Lord Gould's perception, David's strength had improved since the last time they met, and he was already a true Earth Knight. Perhaps for a lord with a huge territory, an Earth Knight was nothing. In the main family there were hundreds of Earth Knights, but considering Baron Arthur's age, and the time he spent practicing as a knight, one could see how terrifying Baron Arthur's talent as a knight was. "Huh? Baron Arthur, you've been promoted?" Charlie looked at David with a strange expression and asked directly. The last time they met, Charlie told David that he was about to be promoted to an Earth Knight. Who would have thought that after a month, David would have already become an Earth Knight before he was promoted? "It's just luck." David couldn't explain what happened to him, so he could only reply with a smile. He didn't lie. He was really lucky to be promoted to an Earth Knight. If he hadn't activated the Battle Angel Crystal, he wouldn't have been promoted to an Earth Knight so quickly. After David replied to Charlie's question, he turned to Lord Gould and made an inviting gesture. "Lord Gould, please come in and talk." "No need, Arthur, you'd better come to the flying boat and talk." Lord Gould waved his hand and said, "Yes." David didn't refuse and bowed in response. David didn't think much about Lord Gould's seemingly rude request. Lord Gould's energy avatar had personally come to see David. If word of this got out, everyone's eyes would fall out of their sockets. Lord Gould was a real big shot in the great world of God. He had the highest voting rights and could influence the important decisions of the great world of God to a certain extent. He was also a level 5 Temple Knight and one of the strongest forces in the great world of God. Visiting David with such an identity showed that David was extremely important. David followed Lord Gould and Charlie into the spacious cabin of the flying boat. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't help but look at the flying boat. Compared to the spaceship he had taken before, the spaceship he had taken before was more like a beggar's version. The interior of the flying boat was extremely luxurious. Every inch of the cabin showed the owner's wealth. The noble knowledge that David had learned from his etiquette teacher, Euphemia, came in handy at this moment. He recognized all kinds of luxury goods that he had only heard about from Euphemia from the decorations in the cabin. "Looks like Arthur really likes this flying boat," Lord Gould said with a smile. "I've recently received a windfall, and I want to buy a flying boat." "Sorry about that," David said with a little embarrassment. Of course, Lord Gould knew where David's unexpected wealth came from. It was not a secret among the nobles that David had looted the Bolly family's castle to the point that even the floor tiles had been removed. Some nobles were already talking about this in private. They were not happy with David's behavior, but their words were full of envy. "That's true. You also need a flying boat to match your new title," Lord Gould said with a smile. "My title passed the review?" David asked with a sparkle in his eyes. "Arthur. I should call you Earl Arthur from now on," Lord Gould said as he took out a noble identity document and handed it over. David took the document and opened it. It was a document conferring the title of Earl. "In the next few days, the news of your title change will be sent to the Noble Affairs Office on every planet. Then, every noble will be notified," Lord Gould continued. "Every time a noble title changed, all the nobles would be notified. Then, in the corresponding heraldry knowledge, the Luce family would be updated with the title of Earl. This was also a tradition. David's Luce family would often receive notifications from the Noble Affairs Office. These notifications were all handled by Steward Jason. Only the title changes related to the Luce family would be reported to David. However, regardless of whether the nobles were aware of the contents of the notification, the Noble Affairs Office still had to notify them of every title change. This was an important job for the Noble Affairs Office. "I'll have to trouble you to personally come over for this matter," David said with a smile. After obtaining the title of Earl, some opportunities in the great world of God would open up to him. In particular, he would be able to sign up for the Warstar contest. "The title is only in passing. I'm here to ask for help." Lord Gould's energy clone bowed slightly. Charlie also looked at David with a hopeful gaze, hoping that David would help. David's heartwarming lotus seed soup could alleviate Lord Gould's injuries. Although this matter was too inconceivable, Charlie still trusted his father. He was also worried that his father would force David. He did not want any conflict between his father and David, so Charlie had come with Lord Gould. "Lord Gould, you're exaggerating. You've always taken good care of me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best." David hurriedly bowed in return. "The heart-warming lotus seed soup you've cooked contains a sliver of undying vitality. This sort of undying vitality is very important to me, and it can treat my injuries." Lord Gould did not beat around the bush and directly said. David was confused. He did not know what undying vitality was, but when he thought about the heart-warming lotus seed soup, he remembered that he had added a sliver of life energy into the soup to make it even more effective. Could it be that the life energy is the indestructible life force? David wondered. David took out a bottle from his spatial item and handed it over. "Lord Gould, I don't know what this undying vitality you're talking about is, but I obtained a bottle of water with healing properties. When I cooked the heart-warming lotus seed soup last time, I added this water. See if it's of any use to you." This bottle was filled with the leftover water from before, and there was a sliver of life energy in the water. Chapter 7:27. The bottle was very round, and it was filled with about half of the clear water, enough to cook another 100 servings of heart-warming lotus seed soup. Lord Gould's spirit entered the bottle and swept through the clear water. The familiar undying life force energy reaction made him have no more doubts in his heart. He could probably guess that this was the opportunity that David had obtained. No wonder David could take out the heart-warming lotus seed soup with a trace of undying life force. Lord Gould didn't expect David to be so straightforward. One must know that the undying life force was extremely precious. This kind of precious was not precious in the secular world. It was also extremely precious among the major shrines, and David took it out without any conditions, not to mention that he had already added it to the heart-warming lotus seed soup, in order to increase the effect of the heart-warming lotus seed soup. If other people did such a thing, they would definitely claim credit for the first time to ask for the main family's reward. But what about David? If Lord Gould hadn't been cursed by the plague god Gladstone, he wouldn't have known the uniqueness of the heart-warming lotus seed soup that David had sent. So Lord Gould looked at David with gratitude and gratification in his eyes. He was grateful because David had taken out the clear water, and gratified because Charlie had such a good friend. "Arthur, you and Charlie wait here for a while." Originally, Lord Gould didn't need to explain to David what he did. Now that he explained it, he naturally recognized David even more. "Please." David stood up and bowed. Lord Gould's energy clone held the bottle and turned to enter the back cabin. In fact, with David's current perception, he had long sensed a strong and unstable aura behind him. He could tell that this aura was Lord Gould's true body. David understood that Lord Gould's injuries hadn't healed yet. He also knew why Lord Gould had come. If the poison in Lord Gould's body could not be cured, then he could tell from his previous attempt to revive the Sky Knight that his life force, or the indestructible life force that Lord Gould had mentioned, was extremely effective against this kind of poison. However, David knew that because the amount of undying life force he had injected into the water was very small, its effects would be very limited. This made him hesitate whether or not he should take the initiative to help Lord Gould get rid of the poison. In fact, David didn't even need to use his indestructible life force. All he needed to do was use his innate ability, Plague, to trigger the poison. The Plague innate ability was a level 5 poison ability, which was stronger than his level 4 poison innate ability. Since the poison innate ability was effective against the poison in Lord Gould's body, then the Plague innate ability would naturally be more effective. Baron Arthur. "Oh yes, I should call you Earl Arthur now." "Thank you," Charlie said to David solemnly. "Knight Charlie, I didn't do anything. You and Lord Gould have helped me a lot. I also hope to repay Lord Gould," David replied with a smile. Charlie didn't think so. How could an item that Lord Gould valued so much be so simple? "By the way, you will receive a list of tasks from the Noble Affairs Office in the future. Do you plan to advance your title further?" Charlie didn't continue to thank him. He wanted to express his gratitude in a more practical form. He changed the topic and asked. David's title had risen very quickly. In a short period of time, he had gone from inheriting the title of Baron of the Luce family to becoming an Earl in just a few months. Charlie asked this as a joke, as well as an expression of their friendship. "Is there a mission to go to the Warring Star?" David asked with bright eyes. "You want to go to the Warring Star? Your strength is rising very quickly. Going to the Warring Star now isn't a good choice. It's best to wait until your strength has stabilized and you've reached a bottleneck. If there's a need, I can think of a way for you to get the application approved as soon as possible." David nodded and said, "I was thinking the same thing. I've been in seclusion recently." While the two of them were talking, Lord Gould's energy doppelganger, came to the side of the real Gould and handed over the bottle. Lord Gould's true body took the bottle and poured all the water into his mouth without hesitation. He then closed his eyes and guided the undying life force in the water to flow near his heart. A trace of undying life force surged toward the curse of the god of plagues. When the stubborn black light of the curse came into contact with the undying life force, it dissipated by a fifth as if it had met its natural enemy. Lord Gould opened his eyes and felt his body relax. With a fifth of the curse of the god of plagues reduced, Gould's true body could use a fifth more bloodline power. His injuries had also recovered a little, and his mental state was naturally different. He felt that it was a pity. If there was more undying life force, the curse of the god of plagues in his body could have completely dissipated. But on second thought, Lord Gould felt that his thoughts were a little greedy. Undying life force was a special energy that only gods could possess. It was a great blessing to be able to flow out a little. Lord Gould was able to discover and obtain this undying life force from David. He felt that he had touched David's luck and could not ask for too much. Lord Gould stood up. This time, he did not use his energy clone but went to see David in person. Lord Gould walked into the cabin and saw David and Charlie chatting. He smiled and said, "What are you talking about? You look so happy." "Hello. Hello." When David saw Lord Gould's true body come out, he quickly stood up and tried to pretend that he had just discovered it. "Sit down, don't be nervous." Lord Gould sat down first and waved his hand. David bowed and sat back in his seat nervously. Energy clones and true bodies were two different things. David had learned that a level 5 Temple Knight rarely used his true body. He did not know the specific reason, but he guessed that it was for safety. However, David did not understand why a level 5 Temple Knight had to worry about safety. For example, Lord Gould would not be in any danger as long as he did not kill a god like last time. It was impossible to kill a level 5 Temple Knight, and a level 5 Temple Knight with great power. No matter what the reason was, it was difficult to see the true body of a level 5 Temple Knight. Even many members of the main family had never seen Lord Gould's true body. "Arthur, my body is poisoned. Your undying life force is very effective. The poison in my body has been alleviated a little." As Lord Gould spoke, he changed the curse to poison. He did not want to talk about killing a god. Anyway, the form of the curse was no different from being poisoned. "If you agree, I have some special abilities to detoxify. I can try to detoxify it." David hesitated for a moment before saying. Lord Gould and Charlie were slightly surprised. One had to know that Lord Gould was a level 5 Temple Knight, and with the top noble main family behind him, it could be said that he could not cure the poison himself. It was almost unrealistic for others to want to cure the poison. Even Lord Gould had looked for shrines of the earth who were best at healing, but the results had disappointed him. Now that David had made such a request, how could he not be surprised? Even Charlie winked at David, telling him not to talk nonsense. Lord Gould wanted to refuse, but when he thought of David's magic, David was definitely the fastest genius he had ever seen to become an Earth Knight. If this genius had some special abilities, Lord Gould would still believe it. The great world of God was huge, there were many magical places, and there were many magical people in history. Especially those with mental talents, after becoming alchemists or knights without being tempted by evil gods, some of the mental talents they mastered would be helpful for cultivation. "Okay, Arthur, give it a try." Lord Gould thought of this and said with a smile on his face. David stood up and came to Lord Gould's side. He pressed one hand on Lord Gould's shoulder. The position he pressed was very close to the wound on Lord Gould's chest, which made Lord Gould's eyes move slightly. David knew where Lord Gould's wound was, and he chose this position for the convenience of treatment. When he sensed that Lord Gould's injury was not much better than the last time he treated him, He knew that Lord Gould did not receive effective treatment. This made David feel very strange. In his opinion, although this poison was troublesome, it was not too difficult to get rid of. With that thought in mind, he connected his mind to the plague pattern. Something strange happened. After the plague pattern connected with the black light with his mind, the black light seemed to have a life of its own and flew towards the plague pattern. This made David suddenly shocked. The plague pattern was in his soul space. Although he was not afraid of the black light, who knew what would happen when the black light entered his soul space? But at this time, he couldn't even stop it. No matter how fast his 100 soul avatars thought, there was no way to break the connection. The black light flew into David's soul space and directly entered the plague rune. Then, the plague rune flashed with a black light and became even darker. David connected his mind to the plague pattern and found that there was more knowledge inside, and the strength of the poison it could use increased a little. He couldn't quantify this at the moment because he didn't know what was more powerful than level 5 poison. David didn't know what he did. The plague pattern was the basic ability of the god of plague Gladstone, and the curse on Lord Gould was transformed by the god of plague Gladstone's talent ability and divine power. The plague talent ability of the god of plague Gladstone was a true god-level talent ability. It was far more powerful than the level 5 plague talent ability, but the foundation was the same. Gladstone, the god of plague, probably never thought that one day, someone would use his own plague talent ability to collect his own divine-level curse. The god of plague Gladstone would not pass on his plague talent ability to anyone, not even his most devout followers. Only in the world of Gladstone, the god of pestilence's god of pestilence's god of pestilence, would he be able to inherit the talent ability of pestilence. However, the god of plague, Gladstone, would never have thought that such a safe method of inheritance would still allow his plague talent ability to be leaked out. Furthermore, it had even absorbed the god-level curse that he had cast himself. The plague pattern in David's soul space, after absorbing the god-level curse, received a lot of deeper information about the plague talent ability. Originally, the god level was too far away for David's soul space, and the plague pattern could not process the information in the god-level curse. But David had the battle angel crystal in his soul space, and there were 100 soul avatars. No matter how deep the information was, under the command of the battle angel crystal, the 100 level 5 soul avatars could easily process it. In fact, what happened in David's soul space only happened for a moment. When Lord Gould was treating David, he had already thought about it. The success rate of David's treatment was estimated to be less than 1 in 10,000. If David's treatment failed, Lord Gould would have to think about how to comfort this young man who was actively thinking about him. He couldn't hurt David's enthusiasm. But Lord Gould found that the stubborn curse in his body was absorbed by David's body the moment David's hand touched him. Lord Gould's face tightened. His body's condition had indeed improved, but could it be that David had used his own life in exchange for his own? "Father, what's wrong with you?" Charlie, who was watching from the side, saw the change in Lord Gould's expression and quickly asked, "I'm fine, but I'm afraid that Arthur..." Lord Gould's spirit scanned David's body, and he stopped what he wanted to say. Because in his perception, David's body was normal, and there was no trace of damage from the curse. If he didn't know who David was and that he had nothing to do with the god of plague Gladstone, he would have thought that the god of plague Gladstone didn't want him to die and sent someone to save him. Lord Gould shook his head and threw away this absurd idea. "What's wrong with Earl Arthur?" Charlie looked at David and asked. At this time, David opened his eyes, his expression a little strange. "My ability had a little accident, but I'm fine," David said with a smile. "Charlie, you will call Arthur by his name in the future. Arthur, you will also call Charlie by his name. This is how friends should get along." Lord Gould turned to Charlie and said to David. For a long time, although David and Charlie were friends, they still paid attention to how they addressed each other. Charlie was the future patriarch of the main family. He must always show aristocratic etiquette, even when making friends. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.